The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Previously on Stone to Space, we began our story creating a small settlement. We then moved to a new area under the watchful eye of the king. After gaining the king's approval, we then began cultivating Shady Acres. This was the end of Chapter 1. As we began Chapter 2, we started creating our third new town. We also began our first side story, focusing on a citizen named Cody Stone. We then went back to our main city and continued growing it. We practiced our traffic management by providing people with ways to get to their destinations in multiple cities around the world. We continued growing our population, created a shopping center, and our transportation network ended up earning us a bit of money over time. For our next side story, we traveled to another brick in the mall to create a shopping center focused on a fast food restaurant within our city. After getting close to going bankrupt, we then traveled to a new place, learning different food recipes and starting our new restaurant. We continued growing the city by adding multiple tree farms up on a hill, more to our education system, and also general population growth, like a new neighborhood. We then took 50 days to build up a trading card shop. We sold packs, booster boxes, dice, sleeves, and more. We continued to grow our population. We also moved around the different types of industries we had close to the downtown area. We moved our stone quarry across the river, and we also bought up more map tiles so that we could move our main industrial area further away from the downtown area. We then noticed that no matter what we did, we kept losing money for an unknown reason at the time. Our second to last side story took us to Hitman Word of Assassination. In Hitman, we followed Agent 47 as he took out bunch of people within our city. We then went to Prison Architect to create our city's prison that would be strong enough to hold 600 prisoners and Agent 47, the most dangerous hitman our town has seen. After the city's prison was completed, we then watched Agent 47 complete his final mission. At first, Agent 47 had escaped us, but later we heard he was going after a target in a mansion, which ended up with him getting caught and thrown into prison. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. We are in Chapter 2, The Modern Era. Today we are playing City Skylines 2. Now, I do have a list of things that I had written down as a plan for what we're going to do today. And there's two things. But first, we'll go over a little summary of what we did last stream. To summarize what we did over the past week, we had issues with money. We went to negative $10 million. Then after stream, I played the game for roughly 7 hours and got us up to at least a positive number. Don't remember if it was like more than 1,000, but I think it was $1,000. And then over the course of the last stream or two streams, I forget how many we did, we got our city up to a self-sufficient city. We took care of ground pollution, trash pollution. We added a hospital for our clinic health. Our city's overall health is up. We have 3 crematoriums to help us with the death waves, multiple death waves that we've had. They're slowly helping the city. Now I see that our skyline dips down quite a bit right here. I don't think these are the right sizes. This side looks fine. This looks too small. Like that this should really be where this spot would be. I think we're going to change this to being not the low rent housing, but the regular high density. It will demolish them, people will move out, but then we'll have even more people moving back in. Another thing we have to do, which now we're getting into the two things that I wrote down. One of them is we need sewage processing plant. So we're going to move this stuff so it stops getting air pollution to these houses. We're going to move it over here. We need to revamp our service area. So this whole, I'm going to call it Peninsula, the highway. This whole area is going to be services like our bus station, our bus depot, welfare office. The cemetery's still going to be over here, but in a different spot. We're going to make things look a little bit different and a little bit more efficient for... I don't know what to call them, our service people? We also need to move our water pumps. We have them too close together, so they are sucking up water, and some of these don't have any water service going to them. So we're going to spread them out a little bit. Hopefully that gives a more even taking away from this area. Usually it would be around like this. It's more circular instead of cut in where the road is. So hopefully if we separate them and put like one here, one over here, it'll take away water, obviously, but it won't be a large area of effect. It'll be an even area around the entire thing. So we'll have to figure out how that's going to work. It does look like it goes around this cliff face, so that's a good thing to keep in mind. So it's from this road out to about here, and then it wraps around. And this is getting water, just not a decent amount. And then the second thing I wrote down is an underground walkway to the bus station, which is right here. So what I wrote down, or what we finished at the end of the last stream, is this over road walkway. Now it is very tall and a very long way of walking, and I think that we could very easily make this more efficient, or at least I want to say less walking, but they're really going the same amount, except for right here. This would be a shorter distance if we had to just go underneath the road, the highway, and then pop up here. That would still be a short distance. And then it would help over here. Now, if we do this underground, we really don't need this portion here, because they can walk down this sidewalk against the road and then cross over. And then they'll probably use this more. So that's what we're going to do. That's the only two things I wrote down, was the sewage and making this an underground walkway. But my alarm did go off for the laundry, so we're going to take a short few minute break, and I will be right back. Okay. First thing I want to do, because it's the easiest thing, is to move this walkway. So I'm actually going to pause again. We're going to first take away this bridge, and then grab and drag all the way across. We'll do the same here, but only to this point. And then majority of this. The rest can stay. Then we go in here. We grab this.
What?
And now this should be easier to make.
Sorry about that. It's nothing important. I just
Now that it's going underground.
I'm sure they'll turn up. They're for the brown sedan parked outside the radio station. Oh, wait. I probably shouldn't have said that.
And then this to here.
Steal my car. I mean, the old hornbuckle mobile, please. Oh, good. Here they are. Well, never mind then.
Looks different, but it ends at the same spot.
Second move.
Okay. And then over here we do the same thing. And I want it to go down as quickly as it can. But it looks like this one's going to have to be a little bit longer, which I'm okay with. And then this one probably has to be the same length, but this bridge is in the way, so we have to take away some of this. We'll go to there. Back up. Back down. And this side looks like it has to be a square longer, so what we're going to do is make the other side identical by demolishing a part of it. And we also have to go underground to get rid of that. And then if we go back into this, we can make this go to the same spot, because decline. And this one over to here. That's not a straight line, which I had a feeling. We're going to get rid of this path. And we're going to place it back in. But this time we're going to start from here and make it straight. Now, I don't remember where the other side started, so hopefully that's the right area. It is now a straight line, so that makes it easier. And this I'm going to have straight underneath the roundabout. Connect over, so we don't need the crosswalk over here. Although there is one here, they could still come down and then cross over. If they so want to. Now, something they're going to do... if I don't put this walkway in first, is that they'll come all the way down here to the cemetery crosswalk, cross over, and then walk all the way back. So, I'm going to get out of this. We're going to get rid of all this, going all the way down here because we don't need that. And we definitely don't need this anymore because that's what we're going to work on next. Now, what I probably shouldn't have gotten rid of was that crosswalk. So it's attempt to put it back in. I think all I have to do is this. Yep. And then this is the one that we bring down. And it looks like that's the only good place for it. And then how many squares is this away? 1, 2, 3. No, this doesn't seem right. Because it's on the ground, I can't tell how many grid spaces it is. I think that's 1. 3, 4, 5. Oh, I wanted that as I wanted that as a curve. Can I go by price? Oh, this side I can actually see the meters. Nope, it's still getting more. Okay, let's go by price. That's 288, so we want something around 500? Or I see the 2 lengths. Okay. And then this one, we're going to grab from here. And I'm going to try to bring it down. Let's bring it all the way to here. Now, the only thing that it did is it took it away from this corner. So right now, it doesn't connect to this road at all. And we want it to connect in case someone wants to cross here and go straight down to the other town. So to come back up here, and we need to make a connection. It's saying slope too steep because we changed things. But it looks like I could place it right there. Now, it does bring this weird little divot. Let's see if we can get rid of that. First thing you need to do is, of course, delete it. And I think what I'm going to do to help this area is actually delete what we just placed in underground. By going right there. And then this portion. And what I'm going to do is create a portion here that is flat according to the ground level. So we'll go... Oh, I can't somehow. What if I do this and then straighten here? No, that gives us the same thing that we had before. What if I go right here? No. Here? That works. That's not too bad. Now let's see if it connects underground. Yes, it does. Look at that. So that is now our new walkway. It makes it a little less visible. Well, it makes it a lot less visible. It's not above ground. It should make the distances smaller. So now if anyone wants to come this way, they don't have to do the really big loop and then come down. And they don't have to be across on this side. We're leaving these crosswalks in for anyone that wants to come down to this section, which, by the way, let's make it a little bit more walkable by adding a path next to this house. Coming straight down to here. Now, it does make a little tunnel here. And honestly, I think we could change that by just moving these back a little bit. And this looks like it did weird things due to the zoning. So let's take some zoning off of here. That brings the houses back to where they are supposed to be. And what I want to do is not necessarily level. I think I do just a little bit. We'll just take different points and then we'll smoothen it out. That should make them less like prominent into the mountain range. Do a little bit here and then that's better. Now I don't know why that's being taken away. If I go into zoning, it looks like the zoning may have changed. Because it looks like these 4 houses were all 1 block, and all of a sudden they're not. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to demolish all 4 of those houses. So that they have enough room to place in the new houses that are going to be in that area. What I'm guessing happened is that we zoned it, they built in, and then we changed this road somehow. Now what I don't want... I was going to say is the crosswalk there, but we might as well for anyone coming over here. Weird email. And what I'm going to continue doing is I'm going to continue this path going all the way up to this cul-de-sac. And we're going to do this continuous tool. So I'm going to grab from right here, or wherever it connects to that red. And we're going to make this wind down a little bit so that the slopes aren't too drastic for people walking up here. Because it is going uphill. So we'll go to like right here, we'll bring it back down, and then we can't bring it directly in because the slope is still too steep. And that is because this road is a little uphill. Okay, can we go from the road and just bring it in? Because if we start at the road, it should keep the same height. And then if we go uphill a little bit more, we could make this close to a 0% grade. Now that is still going up. And it's still connected to the road, so it should be working, but I don't like how it has this fence against the road. Is that a key wall? That might be a key wall. If it is, I can get rid of that. That's not a key wall, that's a sound barrier. I think a key wall might be a mod that I see on YouTube. So it's not something I can place in or remove, but what I can do is edit the land around it. We want this to be a small brush size. Because what I'm going to do is add, and we don't want this much strength. Just going to add some land to the side of this road. And then we're going to smoothen it out a little bit. Of course, we don't want this. Let's bring this all the way down. I could raise the strength and make this a little bit quicker. I'm debating on if I should. Yeah, we're gonna break it up. Let's try 40, that should be good enough. Now, hopefully I am not removing the things that I just did. Get rid of all this. And this still seems quite large. There's a Tyrant in chat if anyone wants a T-Rex Pokemon. Okay, this might be better looking with the path coming off from the road. If we again bring this out and curve it up, still doesn't take it off the road. I'm gonna hope that that connects and they can just walk through it. It's just a visual thing. And then they should be able to get all the way up to here, which brings them into the little commercial district, which I am also going to take a little bit of dirt away from. Oh, that's target height. That's not what I meant to do. What I meant to do was brush size. So if we grab right there, bring this back.
What? We're in the air? Oh! Sorry.
We're going to bring it a little bit away.
Lost my keys. I'm sure they'll
And then a tiny bit of smoothing.
brown sedan parked outside the radio station. Oh, wait. I probably shouldn't have said that. If anyone finds them, please don't.
Okay. A little bit around these houses because I see that they are
Good. Here they are. Well, never mind then.
in the way.
For listening to Second Moon.
A housing shortage is driving
Tiny bit of smoothing in between the houses. And I took a little too much away from here. Okay.
Welcome, Professor. So
The rest I'm okay with.
Is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Humans are programmed to desire certain representations within ideological reward structure.
Then we get rid of this. And it should keep the zoning where I wanted it. We go into here. I think these houses are the size that it's currently at. Otherwise, it would say that it's demolishing. These 4 houses are being built back in. And the underground thing, how is this working? Everyone that was above ground should be lowering to their closest path. And we should soon see a bunch of people using this side. Now, a lot of people that were already right here should be using this already, so I wouldn't expect many people to be there. If we go down here, we could probably see them using it. And they are using both sides, because they can't cross over right here. This helps with the traffic coming into the city. Over here, they're also using that because they can't cross the highway. So that's good to see. They are stopping here to use the crosswalk, but that's because they're not on this path, so that might be a quicker way of getting around to here. Everyone using the path might think that this is quicker, though. And I would very much rather them go this way to get over, compared to crossing over here. Okay. Now. The thing I really want to do is to demolish, or at least move, every single building that's in here to a different area, except for this. This bus depot, we purposely made the land area for this, so that's in its perfect spot, which allows buses to come out of here and go to wherever they are, wherever they're going. This one building has multiple of these buildings that we're going to place, so we're going to line them down here. There's going to be 1 or 2 over here. I think it's just 1 in this little corner here, up to these 3 trees, and then that's it for that corner. This creates the buses that goes on our lines, and as our lines request more buses, this building has a max of 35 buses that it can create. Once it reaches 35, our lines won't get any more buses, and we need to place in another one of these buildings. But what we do want is to move this bus station away from this intersection here, because the buses are coming directly in and then turning, which is causing a tiny bit of traffic occasionally right here, because they have to do a double turn. They are easily coming out and not having an issue because they're going out a one-way street. And then occasionally people are using this road to turn around. So I'm thinking if we line this bus station like this building is against a road horizontal, but then we bring the road back so it's not against this main road, we will turn this into a 4-lane road and also connect it straight into this roundabout. It'll make traffic a little bit more easier in here. I think the best spot to put it would be where the cemetery ends, pretty much back here. And then we'll have a mini road right between where the cemetery's fence is. That'll be a good distance. Then we'll have them go in this way, to the right, and then straight out, or it'll go straight into a main road going upwards. And another thing we could do is make this main road go straight out to this one and connect in somewhere up here. It'll bring more traffic being able to go this way, and it might be an easier way to get into the city this way. Okay. And another thing I would like to do for our downtown area is to extend another one of these blocks to right here. And then on this side of the main road, which was our industrial area, so we couldn't build here, is we're going to make multiple blocks of these row houses. To be something like, I mean, the only example that I have, because I used to live near it, is Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Most of the houses are row houses, and they're like this, lined up on multiple streets and blocks. So we're going to do something similar to that. Now, there is a lot of traffic coming in here, and I want to know why there's a lot of traffic. Is it just too many people crossing the road right here? Wow. So maybe lights would be better here for all the traffic? Although not at the bulk amount of people have crossed the road, this might be easier. Another thing we could do is to start putting subway systems in. We're definitely going to need at least 2 subway stops in here. I'm thinking one over here in this corner, and then these farms are going to be gone at some point. And this downtown area is going to be up here. So we'll have one here and one here. We'll bring them diagonally. But then we're also going to want one over here to our bus station. That'll help a lot with pedestrian access. Now there's an accident right here, so that's causing its own issues, but that's actually not too bad of an issue there. Over here there's a lot of traffic. And it looks like just people driving slowly, so it's not too bad. Oh, this is where we were just looking at earlier. Okay. So these cars are still trying to figure themselves out, but with the amount of people crossing the road right here, making a lot of issues. Now I am going to focus on this for a little bit to see if everyone's pretty much turning left. Because if the bulk amount of traffic is turning left, I'll take this crosswalk off. Then I'll have to be on this side to cross over. And it does seem like that's where they're all trying to go, is pretty much to the left, a little bit straight, and an even smaller amount going to the right. So let's take this crosswalk off. It'll take a moment for them to figure it out. Actually, some of them are already crossing over this way, to the spot that we want them to cross at. Okay, and then the rest of the cars should figure themselves out in just a little bit. These cars will go away at some point. Then everyone's pretty much going to come here, cross over, and then go down. Do we make this an asymmetric lane so that they have 3 lanes going in? Because now that I took the crosswalk off here, it seems like everyone's going straight and getting stuck. So let's try something else. I'll add this back in, and we'll put a stoplight here, which, yes, is going to slow down traffic, but it gives pedestrians a moment to cross the road as well. And it also stops them from being in the way. So we'll see if this is going to help. We have some people driving straight through people. This side is a tiny bit backed up, but I think that's just the initial issues with people being in the way of each other. This would be one of the examples of me needing a mod, because there is a mod that puts intermediate phases to the stoplights, so I can actually edit when people go and when pedestrians go. People, I mean, when vehicles go and when pedestrians go. And we would also have a lane tool to pick where each lane is going to, so I can make this a left turn only, make this road go right and both straight lanes. Now that we've put a red light there, this traffic is all gone. But what I'm gonna do, since I saw that a lot of traffic was coming down this way, is put this asymmetric lane in here. Hopefully I can line it up so it doesn't look weird, but we want this road. We want the replace tool, and I want it here. And I want it on this side. Now, what I want is to move this around a little bit. Oh no, this is a little different. Okay, let's, we want 2 by 2. We'll downgrade back to this, because we need to change how this was lined up. I want the extra lane on the outside, which it is, but I want it in line with the yellow line on the right. So I want it there, but I want this road like that. So let's put this back in and line it up correctly. This is what I wanted. I wanted the extra lane on the outside, so they have to move out of traffic to get over here. I didn't want it to be in the middle, because a lot of times when people go into a new lane on the left side, that creates more traffic, at least IRL. So now we'll place this back in. And it should be the outside. It should also be lined up correctly. This is how I wanted the lane. It does look a little weird that it's a jut out on both sides. It makes it look like it's slanted. It's not straight road. But this is extra lanes. I can line it up, however. Right, so now let's focus on this side. It has a lot of traffic because a lot of it is the hearses and stuff. The buses, the people that are taking the wrong road. And then it has everyone coming into town, which is backing up pretty far. We may want to get rid of this for a while. Although it is getting better. It's just the amount of hearses that are coming down this area make it not so well for traffic. Let's take a look at our death area. How bad is it, or how much better is it getting? It does seem like we're getting a tiny amount of death going out, or coming back.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate
But
area due to poor
it looks like more houses
Please
do not
exercise
have the
caution
icons above them.
and try to
I
stay
think these are
safe and
offices, so they wouldn't have any death.
This has been a local public service.
Are these offices too?
Has anyone seen my keys? Keys.
Yeah, they are.
What?
I think we are getting better. It's just hard to tell. If we click on one,
I just lost my keys.
there's 47 bodies here.
Brown sedan parked outside the radio station.
25 there.
Probably shouldn't have said that.
There's only 5 here, so that's good.
Don't.
We are getting them done. It's just going to take a while.
The old hornbuckle.
There's a fire here, apparently.
Oh, good.
There's a Slowking in chat. That's a genuine Pokemon. Give me one moment.
Thank you for listening to second.
Now, if I'm right,
Interesting news from the city.
this should say that I don't have any Premier Balls.
Statistics tell us that our city has more services than we know what to do with.
And you know what that means, folks. It means
Yep, I don't have the ball, so let's do this again.
Well, no.
And this time it's just going to be Pokeball.
And bringing money into local
that's right.
economy.
You could
There we go.
almost say it's too much.
There's an accident here. One of the cars is on fire.
Say that we're enjoying
Welcome in,
a
Gino.
positive trade balance.
Glad to see you
The
came back.
economy is booming. More after this.
Okay, so now that we have our plan,
Is on the rise, and when business is doing well,
how do we move things temporarily so that they're better? I think we add a service road up here. And then we'll take a small service road off of here, bring it down. This will be our new area. So they'll come in this way, then they'll get on the highway and move down here. That'll take a lot of traffic off of this intersection. They will have to merge into all the traffic coming into the city, but without this here, it should move quicker. And then taking this road away temporarily will force all the buses to move this way. So it'll bring a lot of traffic to this intersection, which is backing up again. Congrats, Gino, you caught the Pokemon. This is backing up a little bit, but we did just edit this area. So pretty much what we're going to be ending up doing is just moving a bunch of traffic around. And not really helping anything. So, let's try and do this. Should probably look at the water. That's not what I want. Make this go away, please. I need to move all these in here. But I also want it to stay in the direction that this road is. I don't want it to, like, be twisted in a way. So I think the first thing we're going to move is the water. Now, a good spot for one of these pumps would be right back here, because it'll take a small amount off of here. Let's try and add a road up to here. So we'll grab the one lane. I think we'll go to here and then straight like that. I think that lines up with it. Yeah, that's perfect. And then we grab you and move you back. Oh, we could put 2 over here. I didn't realize how small they were. Oh, that's cute. Okay, we'll do that. Grab one more, bring this over here. And then that should be bringing the water back out to here. This icon should go away as we're moving things. And then it's taking a little bit off of here. That's not what I wanted to click on. I wanted to go back up here. It didn't take a lot away from it, which is perfect. That's what we want. We wanted the dark blue to go away from this area, which it did. It went down a little bit. But we don't want to take so much of it that it stops going out to these pumps. Now, that icon did just go... No, it didn't go away. It popped up and it's going away. Maybe it's just changing where it is. Now, if we go into water, we did not unlock that. That's an advanced water pump. We want the water treatment plant. Now, does this make water pollution? It does make ground pollution. And if we end up putting that on top of the water here, it will pollute the water. So we don't want it there. What does this do? Extracts water from lakes, rivers, and other bodies of surfaces. Oh, so this is an advanced portion of this pump, not the groundwater pump. But it does easily outperform several regular pumps, which is this one again. So we might end up doing these later on. We don't really need them because I'm okay with doing this underground water system. Let's continue playing this out. We're going to not do the sewage right now. But we are going to move this. And I'm going to place them here and see how it affects the groundwater. If we move this one and put this one here. How did that affect it? It is taken away from these, so we want to not be over here as much. So we might bring them one more station here, bring a road up, and then have them across the road. Right there, we'll grab this. Bring you straight up here. Now I do want it to stay in line with this road. So if we take this down and then do -25. Actually, it's only the size of the circle. The building zone. So if we go out to here, that's still an incline of almost 5%. If I go down one more, we're going to keep going down until I can get to 0. Maybe 625? That's perfect. And then we're going to bring this all the way back up. Oh, not to 10. Okay, so now this should be same level as this intersection. Could have thought about that for this area. We're gonna move it around so we could try and get this road flat. I'm okay with it going uphill because this is a lot higher than down here. So we're gonna move these to where I was gonna place them next to. We're gonna bring them over to this corner. That I think is placed one tile too far. Yep. Okay, then let's grab this road. We grab from here, and this side we want to make it up to 0, which is going to be quite far. So let's go up to 5 meters. That's plus almost 1%. Can I go down just a little bit and it be 0? No. Okay, I'm okay with that. And then we grab not from 5 meters tall. Ground level, and we come out the same distance out this way. But this is plus 17%. Let's go down to here. Put that in. Now that went down very far. That is not at all how we want this. Why does it keep going to the ground pumping station? What if I did this at 0? Slope too steep for some reason. There we go. Now this says it's plus 8%. But I don't really think it is. I think there's a hump in the road. It is putting a hump in the road. So let's bring this up to 0, and we'll do some leveling out. I'm going to grab here and just do 3 clicks. And then that is messing up this road. So I'm going to have to bring this leveling area out. Again, right here. We'll build the road in, which should be straight. But it's doing that. Okay. So what I'm going to do is move this water pumping station to over here. Go back into this. And it's actually perfect now. Okay, so let's bring the road back out. So right there, the road should be flat. Back in here, we're going to smoothen this area out now that we changed it. It's going to look weird around the road. That's fine. We don't care about how the road looks. Or how the ground looks around the road. It does do some weird stuff with right here, but I'm fine with that. Now let's grab the last two water pump stations. Bring them over here into this corner. And then we're going to check the water because I think that took a lot away from this. It did take a lot. And it's still updating. Which is telling me we still have too many in this area. I'm going to wait a little bit to see how far it takes stuff away from. It looks like it's taking quite a lot. Okay, so what I'm thinking now, to change this up a little bit, we do have space to move this crematorium. Let's move this over to here. It shouldn't change how anything over here works. I know they just came out of this crematorium, but over here, but they should go out and then come back and just go to where the new edit area is. I'm going to delete those two roads. What I'm going to do now is kind of make a fork, a two-pronged fork. We're going to have a road going this way with 4 pumps, and then we're going to separate it, put a road over here going up this way with 4 pumps. So they're going to be separated with this cliff face. Hopefully that brings enough space between these. So we'll say that the end of this building goes to where the road is. Actually, let's move the road over a little bit. What I need to do first is grab a road temporarily, bring it all the way out to this road, and then bring it up to that road. And then I'm looking at the level of this area. It could use either leveling the top part as a plateau, although that goes downhill as well. This area is just flat. And I think we really want it to be not so flat. I think we would rather have this flat area come all the way out to the highway and up to this side. Okay, so what we're going to do is a bunch of leveling out. We're going to move the water pumping stations again.
Second Moon Radio with your
So that I can
host,
edit
Dave
the ground
Tune
up
in
here.
tomorrow for a second chance to hear the music of yesteryear.
We should still be able to make enough water for what I'm trying to do.
The commercial district is booming. As
And one more here.
bringing the latest in luxury to our
I'm going to keep this little portion in as long as I can.
while sipping a fancy local
But we needed that road. That's okay, we can just move this
tells me that's good for business and
right here.
for the community.
Thanks, Jim.
And then back into here, we're going to grab this.
We're live and we're getting reports
And we're going to bring it all the way up to the highway.
Somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance
And
services
around
involved
here
in
to
traffic
there.
should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything.
And then
clears
we're
up.
also going to bring it in line with this. So we're going to go all the way up
Meanwhile, expect delays and drive
to about right here. And then that should be a good spot to cut into. This is making the cliff of the mountain a little bit more prominent. Well, I guess I should call it a hill instead. And just to make sure we got the highway straight, we did. I'm leaving this road up here. When we delete the road, this portion of ground should disappear. But what I don't want is this to be so stark. We actually want this to be up more. I don't want the size as large, though. I want this out just a tiny bit, so it's not just a complete drop. Okay, that should be good for the highway. And then over here, I don't want it to be a cut out section. So we're going to fair this out quite a bit. That should be good. Alright, now let's get our road. That's path. That's not what I want. What I want first is to move this over here, so that we can put our temporary road back in, which I'm going to grab from right here. Not right there. Let's grab from up here. Because this should have enough space to go like this. And then we can make that 90 degrees. But something is wrong, because this zoning is off. Let me try this again. They close out of everything so that I don't keep getting the ground pumping station thing. If I go straight now, it does a weird double zoning here. Like I'm going, I might still be going uphill. Yeah, I am going uphill a little bit. Okay. We have to cut back this a little bit until the road is placed. I'm okay with that temporarily, because this portion of the road's not going to be there forever. This portion, I think, is, but we might move it over a little bit. Oh, there's a Butterfree in chat! Oh, and it escaped! I didn't even hear the noise! That's not fair to you, Gino. You threw that ball before it said it escaped. I would have loved to have that Butterfree. I need to really get into editing the different voice cries. At some point, I am going to record the different Pokemon noises. Yeah, but I don't think you were too slow, because on my end, it said you threw the ball, and then it said, oops, the Pokemon escaped. Then it said it escaped. On OBS, it says you threw the ball first. Which I don't think is fair to you. Anyway, road. Hopefully now the zoning set. It still is not doing it. Am I going uphill? If I look at this again. It should say a positive grade if we're going uphill. It's only uphill by like... No, it's a negative 0.1. What is going on with this road? Oh, I grabbed between two zones. If you could see that these are black lines, this is a white line. That means there's two zones overlapping right there. So if I grab from right here, it might be a flat road. Now this one does for sure go into the roadside there. Yeah, I had a feeling. Take it back as far as I can take it. Then we'll grab this red again. It did move the zoning. So maybe now this would work a little bit better. It's still saying a plus 3% grade. But I think we're just gonna have to live with it, honestly. Then we can bring that straight out that way. I really don't like that it does weird zonings. Did it do anything to the ground level? There's a line here. It took the road down a little bit. Okay. Next best thing is to cut to there. Because we can grab from right here, bring it straight. Grab from right here, bring it straight this way to that road. This should be flat and not do anything to the ground. It did something to the ground. So I guess the roads are... I guess the roads are one line lower than the rest. Than the ground level. Oh. Anyway, we can delete this now. As you can see, it got rid of the ground. It does leave this little area of color until you build something over it. Now let's get rid of this. We're going to bring this road straight down to here. Now I have a feeling it's going to do the same weird zone issue. Yep, it did. But I think that's mostly because of this road, not necessarily this road. But anyway. So we want a road from all the way up to here. We're going to bring it all the way up to as far as we can go before it gets into the mountain, which would be like about right there. Where does the water go to that point? Where the name Broad Street is. Okay. I'm going to bring this to here. I'm leaving a little bit of space so that when we take the water away, it drains to the building, but not past the building. We'll bring this one over and over to here. This one to right here. And this one right here. I'm watching how the water is changing as we're placing in these buildings. Now that is 4 buildings. That's what I was going to do from the beginning. Let's place the next buildings over here so that I can move the road. And then this road's going to disappear and I want it placed here. I'm not sure how well I'm going to be able to line that up zone-wise. No, we don't want it right there. We want these buildings to butt up to this crevice, this cliff. So what I really want is a zone line that lines up with this. Because the ring of the circle is how deep this building is, as you can see from over here. The cursor is the middle of the road. I can't even move to it. The circle out here is the depth of the building. If I line up the cliff with the right side of the circle, looks like it lines up to right here. So that's where we want that road. But what I want to check is flatness of this area. It is still flat. So that's good. Back to the road then. I'm going to bring you all the way up to here. And then I'm going to check the water area. I think that's fine. It leaves an extra space for one more pump. If I grab this pump, we're going to bring it all the way up here. Maybe we shouldn't. Maybe we should leave some leeway. So if I leave some distance up here of the color, that's pretty dark. This one will do probably better way down here. What if we just lined it up with these buildings? Which would be like right here. It's a little off. If you saw the zoning, they're not exactly lined up. Like this one would be about to here. As you can see, the zoning on the left is about a little bit lower. Welcome in, Dotterly. This one... Yeah, we are going to move this road. Okay, so... temporary road. So that when I delete this one, it still has power going to it. And then we're going to do the same thing that we have over here, but on this side. And then grab you and bring you here. And now let's look at how the zone changes now that we moved all of them. Because it might be better that this one stays on this side of the road and lines up with this one. It is taking quite a bit from here. Okay. So what I'm gonna do is bring a road this way. This road's gonna connect into this one, but that's gonna change the zoning, so we're gonna have to delete that road and place it back in. What I want is to bring a road this way. This is going to be a temporary road to line up with this. This road is going to be the main access from here up to both of these places. It's also going to be a road that loops around here and goes outside of the water, the groundwater, and is where we're going to put our water treatment plant. That's the name. Because we're trying to keep it out of the groundwater so it doesn't pollute the groundwater. So, what do we line up first? I think we honestly just pause. And then we delete the road. Actually, no. I don't want to delete that. I tried hitting escape. There we go. We're going to move these again back over here. We know where they're going, but we want them out of the way. Because when I place the road going back up this way, it should line up with this zone, since this is the road going off of that road. So, this is going to come
updates to our power grid. The city will be experiencing
past that road.
blackouts.
Bring this down.
Public to remain
No, it's saying we're having rolling blackouts, but I doubt that.
to follow the guidelines on the city's website.
I don't see any electrical error flags going up.
This has been
There are a ton of cars here, and this is mostly just all hearses.
You're back with Second Moon Radio. Your
Anyway.
musical home from home. So settle back.
Now that we have this lined up,
yourself a glass and prepare for another hour of musical
check the zoning here. It does look like they line up. It could be off just a hair.
Land of art and culture.
It does seem like it's slightly off, but I'm not too worried about that.
And an aria inspired by the
That's because zoning over here is different. Anyway, we'll bring this straight up.
More local news.
That changes a bunch of things. I don't like that.
Figures, and somehow the number of visitors to the region fell by
What if I delete this road now
Well, that's fine by me, Jim. I just love it here.
and drag from here to there?
Our little secret.
I like the sound of that, Glenda.
It changed the zoning to prefer this road, which is what I want.
Thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads.
Okay,
especially
so now that I know how far I want to go, I'm only going to bring the road up to this point.
Way to get somewhere fast.
So if I go like this,
And
that'll give me a line to stop at.
outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know.
And then I can delete this road.
Traffic.
It does mean that this is up a little bit, but I'm fine with that.
Besides, if I did that, I'd never get.
Now we grab this. We lined it up with this road, which is one square down. Or not road, with that water pump I meant. And then these are all going to be on this side now. This should mean that the water goes back over here. But now we can do a temporary road that is not going to be flat at all, in any means. As it goes downhill into this road. At some point we're going to have to delete this. And this is going to be the main access, so we're going to delete this road. We can now go back to making this a tiny bit smoothed out. I just try and make this as straight as I can. Try and get these little divots out a little bit. Okay. I wanted a little bit of a cliff here because obviously it's higher. So when you're coming down the highway, you're looking over to your right, and below you is our water treatment area. You get to see our little industrial complex. Large city in front of you as you're coming in. A little bit of industrial as you pass it. So that might not be a good thing to see when you're first coming in over on this side. Have you ever played Workers and Resources Soviet Republic? I have not, but I've seen people play it. It does seem fun, I just never looked into it. Okay. So now that we have this, I want to know if we could place these behind this building. We can do that easily by just adding more. So it goes to the middle of this hearse. Oh, you can place them back there. Okay. What I mean is we can place 2 back there and have 3 of these buildings side by side. So if I were to do this, there's a nose pass in chat. So if we were to delete these, we could place them back here. That would save a little bit of space. How are these processing? They're actually doing pretty good. We could add more hearses to these. So what I'm thinking is to temporarily move all of these buildings to this main road here. We'll have to move this as well, and this, the road maintenance depot. Because we're going to make this a 4-lane road, and we're going to make this a straight road coming all the way down here. Down here, from the roundabout to this road here. So everything on this has to go. Everything that's, like, focused on that road. So you are going to go over here. This building is too large to be right here. No, it's not. Why didn't we put it there? Weird. Either way, this makes it easier for us. Bring you to here. Bring you to here. And I think I can place one in between the water pumping. I can. I really like how this looks. We're keeping these water pumps away from each other anyway so that we have a lot of water on the edges. So this actually works. What would we have to think about, on the other hand, is how people come in and out of this area. So they all come in on the left side of the right side of the building, and they loop around and go out the left side. I should be looking at this one. So they come in on the right, they loop around, come out on the left. These two are going out and coming in at the same spot. So that means people coming up this way would get stopped by these people, or vice versa. So I think we switch this one, which is a mirror copy of this, with this building. This one is mirrored from this. Let's bring you temporarily right there and put you right here. That separates them, and you get put there. Now, how does this work? Everyone comes in here, comes out this way, they're coming out this way. People are still coming up this way to get to these and crossing this, but it's just one building compared to 2 buildings coming out. I think this might work better, traffic-wise. What I'm thinking about is when everyone leaves all at once, how quickly can you get out of this area? So that's good. We have that ready. What we can do now is delete all of this. I think this is fine where it is. We might have to make an alley and delete a tiny bit, but I think we're fine. We're going to now go into here, grab this road. Or should we have asymmetric? I think we should probably have an asymmetric road like that. If I grab 4-lane here, we're going to upgrade this. Actually, first let's upgrade it to being this one. I want it lined up with the road that has trees. Which it's not really doing. This is an asymmetric road on the other side. And this is asymmetric. Let's turn that not into asymmetric. Does this line up with the trees? I think when we made this an asymmetric road... Whoa, what happened here? Oh. We moved it. So if I were to delete this, and we didn't do that, we grabbed from here and went straight. Like this. It does make this no longer asymmetric, which we're going to change. That's 3 lanes one side. We want 5 lane. We want this asymmetric road. Now if we add this back in, that looks right. And then this one, we don't want it this far. We only want it to where these connect. So what we're going to have to do is get rid of this road and place it back in. That goes to there. What I should be also paying attention to is the level of this area. It's okay. We are going to move this portion out here. That's the line we're going to. And then the same over here. We're going to try and make this as flat as we can. Bring it all the way up to that black line there. Let's cut into over here as well. Now this road here is lower than this side, so it's going to look a little weird. But I'm going to go from the cemetery and bring it to the road. We'll make this area flat as well. What is that? Oh, those are hearses from previous cemeteries. So because we haven't pressed play since we moved the cemeteries, the hearses are over there. And the ground was lower, so they were actually in the parking lot. But because we added ground, they're now underground. So anyway, let's go back into here. We're going to grab this road. It is facing the correct way that I want it to be right now. And we'll go back to this. Go back to straight. Grab this road. Bring it all the way up to this road. Now I'm looking at the left side to see the degree of the angle. And I want it to be straight, but there's a lot of different spots that it's connected to on the right that says 180 degrees. So which way is the true 180 degrees? If we go like this, it's lining up across the roundabout. So we'll just do small sections until we reach this road up here. That says 179. So is this not all one way? Or one true angle? And try this one more time. That is straight there with the roundabout. There's only one way for this to be 180 degrees now. And then we get to the zoning issue up here. Let's do no zap to zoning. I'm just checking to make sure there's only one spot for it to be 180. Is right there. And then you should not be like this. Let's take it back to there. Because this is uphill, so we actually want to take it from here and then do our best to make this straight. Looks like that is straight. There's some weird zoning things here. I'm not sure why. I guess it's too sharp of a bend. Don't like this intersection. I know there's a way to make a bigger intersection. If we do this and then delete this road, does it keep this portion of the intersection? It does not. What if I add a roundabout? I think that was the way that people... Now, it would add it there. Alright, I'm gonna just ignore this. We're gonna work on this later on. What we're gonna do next is bring this road down. Now, the zoning is different.
You're tuned in to Second Moon, the channel.
So I think I'm going to readjust the road we already placed in and make it line up with the zoning. I'm going to delete these.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
And we're going to grab from
And
here.
on to our main feature story. The commercial
And go
district
this
is
way.
building, as the area is attracting more high-end stores.
And then up
bringing
this
the
way.
latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can
Now we
also
get rid of
shop
these.
designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Jarva mate. Or
Bring you up to
silver
here,
tea.
and then this way, and then delete this road.
Good for the
Place that road back in.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
Now all of this should be lined up with over here. What I don't like is how this goes up. We might want to level this out a little bit, or slope it. I'm actually going to bring it back to there. We're going to grab this tool here. And I want to grab the lowest point of here. And then go all the way to the right. And then just drag left. It slopes it down as well as it can to that point. I'm going to delete this road and check the slope went to the correct spot. It did, so when we add the road back in, it should slope up very well to the top road. Bring it back to here so that the road on the left stays blue when it's 180. It didn't fix the intersection, but it did fix how the road looked. So now I'm going to smooth this out. Bring the strength up to 100. Make this a little bit quicker. So now when we get out of this, that should look like a very nice slope going up there. And then what we're going to do is bring this out. And curve it into the cliffside. And that should look better. So now it looks flat. It's not, obviously it's uphill, but it looks flat. That's what I'm going for. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is press play. Everything's going to readjust. All these cars are going to go crazy. There is a red light here. I'm going to leave that there for now. We also have a red light over here, I think. No, we do not. I'm going to add a red light. Because it seems like it helped over here. No, we were looking at this intersection, which is empty. This one won't need one, or it might have one, actually. So it looks like red lights are helping for the entrance to our town. So let's add one back in over here. And then now we're going to press play. The cars are going to go crazy because we changed a bunch of things. These cars might readjust and then stay in their lane, or... yeah, they're definitely not lined up with where their lane is. So everyone's gonna go crazy. There's a bunch of people here. I don't know why they're crossing over this roundabout. They should not be able to do that. Where do these lead to? Oh, they just connected themselves. Oh, right, they don't have to cross the road because they have this here. They'd cross over there. There's a crocodile in chat if anyone's a crocodile. Okay, so we want over here to be over here as well. I don't want people crossing over the roundabout. So I'm going to do just one underground walkway for right now. Actually, I want this one and this not curve. We're going to start at 0, bring it down to 10 or minus 10. How far back can I make this loop? So right there, and then we're going to do the same on the right side. And as far back as we can before it lets us. Because it is a pedestrian pathway, doesn't really matter how sloped it is. Yeah, it's a decent climb coming up here, but it's fine. Your legs may burn, but you'll get used to it. That should help this, so now I can take all the crosswalks off of the roundabout. I don't know why it adds a roundabout to a highway, or not a roundabout. I don't know why it added crosswalks to the highway. But we don't want them there. Are there any crosswalks anywhere else? There are crosswalks over here. So I guess it's where there's a 2-lane road crossing over. It adds crosswalks. We don't want them crossing there. There are a lot of people walking down this way. Okay, so let's try and add a path over here as well. So we'll grab right there. And I'm going to try to get this on the ground. It actually does it pretty early. Because it's going into a hillside. So that should help them. And I don't think it added that crosswalk. I think it was already there. And I pressed play and we weren't looking at the initial traffic jam that's over here. So the red lights aren't going to help us right now. Some cars just despawned. But we should see that this goes away a lot quicker. Something I'm going to get rid of is the crosswalk. Not that one. Right here. We don't want them crossing the road in front of the people that are coming into the city. Okay. And the people over here are going to have some issues. We do have our hearses readjusting from where they're coming from. So should we have a 6-lane road right here instead of an asymmetric, so that they have one dedicated lane going to the right, and then everyone else crosses over? We might benefit from having a 6-lane road here. I'm gonna upgrade this to a 6-lane road. First thing I want to do is downgrade this so that it's in line with this road. Doesn't seem like it is. It is a little off-center. Can I line this up straight? I think I would have to delete it and add it back in. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back up ground, delete this, and we're going to just draw it straight in. From right here to right here. And then it's easier for me to just upgrade it to being 6-lane. Because it should be... Oh, it doesn't line up. Okay. So there was no point in doing what I just did. But what looks better? Having to move the underground pathway? I think that's the better way of doing this. Get rid of that for now, we'll go underground. Get rid of this. Back into here. I'm gonna try to make this straight on the right side of the road only. Wait, why are we making the 6 lanes? Three roads. I don't need 3 lanes coming in. I need 3 lanes leaving. So what I did is I made the asymmetric go the wrong direction. And I think I wanted it going sort of right. Or to the left. I'm in the wrong lane. So this is what I wanted. So now I'm going to line it up with the left side of this road. Looks like right there. Trying to keep the sidewalk in place. It looks like I did it right. Okay, and then we're probably able to add that pathway back in exactly where it was. Yeah, we can. This gives 1 dedicated lane. No, it doesn't, because this is 3 lanes. It does give a dedicated lane going this way, though. We just have a lot of traffic. That's all that's happening. But now this right lane is the only one that goes to the right. The middle lane only goes straight across, for these guys at least. This lane goes out of the city. Why are you going out of the city? I think you were in the wrong lane. Okay, we'll let all this get figured out. And I want to stay like this for a little bit and watch the traffic to see if it's going down on either side. The cars up here go to that name. If we see that this goes down to this intersection, we know that's going down. That's a bunch of hearses there. And maybe a trash truck, yep. This one is backed up to the road maintenance depot. And they're all still adjusting where they're going.
A housing shortage is driving.
I don't know why they're turning around right there, though.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently that's not all good news. We're joined today.
Since we're seeing a lot of taxis in here, that means that a lot of this came down.
Welcome, Professor. So
They're still turning around. Why are they turning around right there?
trying to move here, right?
They shouldn't be able to do that.
Program to desire certain representations within ideological reward structure.
Should I make this a 6-lane road instead of it being asymmetric? It'll make the center of this look better.
Is the housing shortage going to make me richer?
By certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the
Can I
study
move
of
this
statistical
right there?
abstraction
No, I can't. Okay.
on the human
So you are going to go up here and be the first one on this flat lane.
Interesting news.
And the next thing I'm going to do is test out this new 6-lane road between these 2 intersections.
And you know
I'm going to go above ground.
it means we're not
Delete that. Now, the 6-lane road is not the highway. The only way to make a highway 6 lanes is to make 2
you could almost say it's too much
highway strips that are only 3 lanes going one way. but there is a 6-lane road,
and the economy is
which is what we were looking at before.
more
This is a slower road than the highway, so they are going to be not highway speeds. But these intersections are so close together, they're probably not getting up to highway speeds anyway. So if I grab whatever counts as the center of this, which looks like it's up here. That's odd. But I think it's because the asymmetric roads messed up the highway so much that it's not lined up correctly. So right there, the line on the right of my cursor lines up with the tree of the intersection. If we bring this straight into this intersection at a 90-degree turn on the right, it will push the intersection to being correct. What is it lining up on the left side that it's giving me lines to? I have that line again. It's lining up with the lanes all the way on the left of the initial highway coming in, which will mean that this middle roundabout moves up a little bit. That's kind of what I want. And it added a key wall because we added this in after we did the ground stuff up here. What I don't like is this bumpy area, so let's demolish this again. We're going to do some sloping here. And I want to get this as straight as I can. So if I leave the cursor right there, we just use the mouse button. Bring this all the way down. I'm going to bring the mouse button up a little bit and take a little bit more out. Because going off of this building, we don't actually need that much right there. And I don't know how far this was changing. Let's line it up again. Middle of this roundabout. And then come all the way out to here, and I want to make sure that it lines up with the highway on the left, which is right there. Now, we don't care about any zoning. We're not going to zone on this road. I just wanted it a nice slope going up, which that is a nice slope. Now, what I can do is try to make it slope up to here as well. What I'm going to try and do is a little bit of smoothing. It's actually doing pretty good. I'm not opposed to this slope. We can round it out over here a little bit more because we know that we're stopping at this building. But what I want is for this slope to continue out a little bit more. We need it out to the road a little bit for this next building to be over here. And then I'm going to stop it right at the end of this road. Bring it out a little bit away from the building. So now if we grab from down here, it should not mess up the road too much. And then if I grab from down here, we can stop it before it makes the corner piece. Actually, I already made the corner piece there. And then this side. Just smoothing it out. This looks a little bit better than how it was before. I like this. We could even add a second plateau right here and make like a little park, since there's a lot of space there. We'll keep that in mind. Now that we have this road in, which is now Kent Street instead of the highway. Do these highways keep the same name? No, that's Green Highway now and Olive Highway. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is demolish this portion. And we're going to add this in here to here. Now it does make the highway not aligned anymore. That's the 180 for the 6-lane road. I'm going to place it in there. I then want to check the slope, which is good. I'm enjoying that slope. We don't have to work on it at all. What I don't like is the highway coming in at a weird angle. So what we're going to do is demolish a little bit more of this. And we are going to place in the asymmetric highway right off the bat, but I'm going to have it facing the wrong direction. Because in order for it to be lined up with the road on this side, need it right there, and then to here. And we flip it over. And then this highway, we're just going to make it bend right in like we did before. If I go to here, we grab not the middle of the road, because remember, it's adding a lane. So if we grab right here, it's going to add the lane in the middle, I think. Yeah, it does. So we want to grab from one lane below. That makes the extra lane go outside. And then we grab from there, and we come in to here. There's a rock and roll in chat, or there was, it just escaped. Maybe that's something that I really need to work on, is the escape noise. I do have it written down that I have to do that, but I haven't gotten to it. So maybe if I have both the noise of it coming in, and then a noise that only plays when it escapes, instead of how we have multiple noises for when a Pokemon appears. I'll remember that there's something there. Anyway, when we press play, all these cars are going to readjust and go all over the place. Now that we have a 6-lane road in the middle here, we can add trees to make it look a little bit prettier, which is something I am going to do, because it also helps with noise pollution with the city here. We grab the trees, we'll bring that in. The trees is what adds the benefits to noise pollution, or attacks. It helps with noise pollution. The grass doesn't do anything. The trees help a little bit. As they get bigger, they help more. Okay, now when I press play, all these cars are going to readjust. Some of them are going to turn around and go the wrong direction. Like these hearses, which were facing downwards, are probably going to turn around and go upwards now. Which they'll just go to the next roundabout and then loop back in. All of these cars are going to go crazy. And I don't think adding the asymmetric road up further will help them at all, because they're all waiting to get into the city. And now that there's 3 lanes going this way, this main road goes straight and goes to the right. This lane only goes straight, so everyone's pretty much going to be in the left lane only. Which may help us and may make things worse. Let's see what happens. Like I said, everyone's turning around a little bit. They're going to do some weird adjustments. As the cars leave this area, they should be able to turn around and everything. Some will despawn. Because they're all trying to get over to this lane to turn right only. So now everyone in the middle lane on both sides is just going straight across the roundabout. Everyone in the left lane is going straight across and turning left. Same here, actually, this one is just turning left. So I don't think many people are going to be using that lane. And these hearses all just turned around. They're going to go all the way up to here and then loop back in and go up that way. Oh, you're going across and down this way. Let's see how this works out. Okay, now it's letting a lot of cars from this way to get out. Are there red lights? No, but it added crossings in. We do not want pedestrian crossing here. I have an underground walkway to get through here. Looks like a lot of people are going straight or turning right. This whole update did take a lot of traffic away from here, so most of these hearses are going to come straight out now. Once the light changes. This light is making people wait here to get out. So we might want to get rid of this light. There's a lot of people crossing here. Are they just for the cemetery? Because we could tell them not to cross the road here. And we shouldn't have anyone on this side of the road to begin with, so if we get rid of this crossing, this person's still going to cross. Because there's no else for them to go. And if we get rid of this, they will come all the way down here to the cemetery crossing. There is no cemetery crossing. And there's nowhere for them to get out over here to cross the road. So, can I place in a crossing right there? I can. We'll have that there. That should mean that nobody crosses the road over here. There are people up here for some odd reason. Walking up here, I mean. Oh, they're coming from over here. The crematoriums, okay, they bring in people. There is now a lot of traffic over here.
Tonight we are doing a musical tour of Italia.
So we moved the traffic around. We made this a little bit worse because we changed things, but it should be getting better.
An aria inspired by the infamous Vivaldi shall be our guide.
In local coverage, the tourism board just released their figures, and it's good news all around. Tourism was way up over the previous
Would it be
pretty amazing, right?
good idea to make this a 6-lane road here?
I guess everybody is figuring out that this is the place to be.
I don't think it would be. I think we just need to be more patient and let this build out.
Somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been
So,
established, and traffic flow should return to normal.
another thing I can think
If you're
about
planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears.
is how this building is placed.
You already know about it. No use reminding you. Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
I mean, that would work perfect for the buses, but I kind of don't want it connected to the building. I want it connected to the road. We are close to 35 buses in use, so I'm going to actually add this in. It gives us 10 extra buses, apparently. What I don't like is the fact that it droops down here. That's drastic. Can I make this go up? And I can't because the road's there. Okay. So do we readjust this road yet again? We won't make it a bend. We'll have it come straight down and straight this way. Which is going to affect this intersection. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to pause. We will delete this. We can't delete that because the path is here. But now we can. Grab the 2-lane divided road. We're not going to upgrade. We're dragging this straight. 180 on the bottom. Brings it to there. We're going to delete this road. This road does not have to be 180 going this way. It can go straight up to this intersection. If we were to do that, it doesn't affect the buildings up here. Although I do kind of want to adjust this here, so we have to delete the road. And then go into here, we make this entire area flat. Like this. So now when we add the road, it should make a key wall going up that way. So now we want this to be 180 on the top portion. Like that. Brings the key wall, brings it all the way up. This looks nice. I don't like this corner. So we're going to readjust it again, one more time. And I'm going to delete this portion of the road. I think that's affecting the hillside here. Grab this, bring it out to here. Grab the road. I'm going to bring you straight out if I can. It says slope too steep, but we're not trying to slope it up. We want it in line with that. So I think I need to bring this back a little bit. Let's grab down here. And then grab here to here. Yeah. Slope it in. Moving this portion out. And then we should be able to add this road in where it does well. I want it 180 degrees, but it looks like it's doing something weird when it gets to this point that it reaches the other road. Right there. There we go. We got it. Bring this down there. Doesn't build the key wall for some reason. And that does not look good. Does this dip down? It does dip down. Well, I didn't mean to get rid of the entire road there, but okay. Oh yeah, it isn't flat there. Okay. Let's grab here and bring it up. Actually, we probably should slope from here. Okay. Now if we grab down here. We don't have the line for this, so let's build this up this way first. I think that's close enough. And then I'm going to add a node here. So that when we do this side, it lines up right. That didn't do it. What happened there? What is going on here? Middle of the road. There we go. Now it's straight. Now let's bring this back down. 180, please. Builds the key wall on that side, but doesn't build it here. So I think we didn't build this out far enough for this road. So I am going to delete this one more time, but we're getting closer to what I'm looking for. There's a blossom in chat if anyone wants a blossom. We grab this. We're only going to bring it out a little bit into this road area. And now this should be right for this road. Oh, if I grab you, bring you to there. Straight into there. We're getting it. Like you, straight down to here. I don't know why it's not straight to here. This is weird. But that's okay. We'll leave it like that. I am, on the other hand, gonna have to build the road connection to the path in. Right there. And let's smoothen this out just a tiny bit around the edges. Oh, when we take away from the key wall, it brings the wall down. No, it doesn't do weird things to the road. Okay. So if we were to bring this down... What if we bring it out? It doesn't bring the road up more, or the wall up more, so it's not doing what I thought it might be. Just take that all the way back again. Moving this out a little bit. That looks a little bit better. Press play again, try and get this to load out of here. Now, I do see a lot of cars using this one road here. Why is that? I guess that's their quickest way of getting out of the city from this way? Are they using the highway over here? Not sure they are. It doesn't seem too busy though, so that's good. It does seem busy right here, but that's just people moving around. And we're kind of okay right here. The highway is now past this name. It's coming all the way down to here. This will go away eventually. It's just two conflicting areas going at once. So things are getting better. If we didn't have the light here and they could just keep going, this would probably end quicker. Actually, it's just about to be gone. And look at that, it's all gone on this road. Now everyone's over here. And now all this should go down as soon as the lights are changed. I'm waiting to see if this goes completely down or not. The light just changed for these guys. Why is there a light right here? We'll keep it there. And this is pretty much done. It's just a bunch of taxis coming in. We do need to add more public transportation so that we have less taxis. That's the way to combat taxis coming from out of town. Is this a bus stop? It is a bus stop. Okay. I was wondering why there was a bunch of people just waiting there for no reason. But there is a reason. Okay, when this light changes, which it just did, all of these taxis should be able to go. They're waiting a lot for people crossing the road. So that's doing okay. They're pretty much done. So the other issues are over here, where they're doing the same thing as the other intersection. And also right here. So it's just people moving around.
You're listening to Second Moon
Okay.
Radio with J. Thomas Horn.
Back to over here.
And we're pervading some of the finest classical
What
music
things do not
That's
create traffic and are only a placeholder building? You know, building people go to but they don't leave or
Sinking this boat, Glenda.
aren't created from. The road maintenance depot, I don't know if the trucks
But
go back
apparently
to this.
not all good news. We're joined today by an expert guest.
I think I see a truck right here.
Welcome, Professor.
This is the road maintenance truck. Do you go back to your building? Oh, there's trucks leaving that area.
Presentations within ideological reports.
So this does create some traffic.
Apart from the actual
I'm waiting for this truck to turn. She's about to get the green light.
consider capital.
One final question, Professor. Is the house
He's going out of the city.
to make me richer?
Okay.
By certain metrics, perhaps yes.
This side of the road's going to have more pumps at some point, so I don't want to place this here, but it does look like a perfect spot to put it.
Direction and its effect on the human.
Thank you, Professor.
It is a question of
What if we place it here? It goes out onto the main road. I kind of want to keep them off of main roads. We really want like a service road going alongside and connecting into it, so something like this road continuing out further this way. And then we can bring this over here. Or we could have the cemetery there. That would probably be a better place for the cemetery. Would you want to see the cemetery from the highway, though? That's a question. We can't even place the cemetery there. It's too big. Could we place it against the road here? We could. And then move the crematoriums around. We could add the road maintenance depot in here, where the crematoriums are. We could move the cemetery to right here. We'd have to move the add-on that houses the cremated remains of people. We could have the crematoriums on the left side of this road, facing the cemetery. I think that's what we're gonna do. If I were to move you, what do you look like on this side of the road? You are away from the road, so I want one of these buildings. I do want this building. Because the entrance is away from an intersection. We move you to right here. It's now not right here going straight in. A little bit away. You can go right there. I am going to add that addition. And then what we're going to end up doing is demolishing these add-ons and bringing them over here. So we would want the building right here. And then you... right here. And now I'm going to demolish this portion of the road and then add it back in so that it connects to the end of this building. Now what I'm going to do is press play. And we're going to demolish these parts of the building, and then we're going to add them back in. Oh, I didn't think of where the add-ons for the other building was going to end up being. I spaced this building out too far. But on this side, we can just do this. And delete this road. I don't know where that guy's going. But this should mean that I did it quick enough that they aren't deleting the hearsers from the city. They might have. I don't see any hearses leaving this area. So I don't think that I made any hearses despawn. Okay. Next we're going to do is take away this add-on. Because we want to move you to up here. And then we're going to add these back on. Now I can place them pretty much anywhere. What do they all do? I know the one that I have currently is the one that we need for the cremated remains of people to be looked at or visited. But what are these buildings for? Small place of reverence provides increased well-being. +2 well-being within 300 meters. So that would probably benefit this area. It's not going to do anything over here, I don't think, on the industry area. This is 2 spaces past the zoning. This is the zoning itself. And this is as big as the other place was. If I were to place this here, it would end at the center path. And you can't be placed there. Set of walls for storing the remains of the deceased. Does this mean that I can add them multiple times and they would make more storage? It does. Okay. I have this here. Oh, that also adds storage. This there. And then we could probably place another one of these right here, but I would have to take it off of their zone issue. If I place it right there, I think it would be connected. It says invalid shape, so that means something is not correct here. Right there would work, though. Okay, so this is our new cemetery. Ooh, and it adds a lot of hearses, I think. Oh, and they make different paths for the... each time you place it, it looks like. Or at least when they're next to each other, it's different. That's neat. I like that little add-on. I don't like how this is not the same as these. I think I'll move this and put it in the middle. Move this one first. It's not going to do anything to the hearses except for tell them they're in the wrong spot for returning. There's a Pokemon in chat. There's a Talo if you want a bird Pokemon from the 3rd generation. And now it's different. What? Like, this one's always different. Now the road is a darker color than the rest of these two. I am gonna ignore it because that seems fine. Okay. What is both of these things? This is the taxi depot. It makes taxis for within our city. And this is the post office where our post obviously comes to. So, where would we add these? Where wouldn't make too much traffic. We were planning on making this a larger road. But I think we might change that. I'm thinking about the traffic and where it's going to go. If we made this whole thing flat, it would be a higher level than it is over here. I'm going to take this down to 10. We're going to grab this flatten tool. And I'm going to put a portion of that height over here for visual. You know what? Let's bring this to a 50. Make a nice circle. That's how much higher this area is going to be if we bring that flat area over to here. So I think what we're going to do is make multiple plateaus that take a portion out of this as we get closer to here. So, we flatten this out to be in line with something else. I think we're not going to have it like that. Where can this go? You create jobs, but you don't create traffic. Maybe right here? Do you look fine being right there? I don't know where the helicopter was, but that was really loud in my ears. I think this looks fine, visually. So we'll leave it like that. It does leave space for more water pumps. The only thing that we could do later on is move the cemetery for additional space for water pumps over here. So this area might change over time. It does look like we have a lot of water being taken out of this area, though. And we have traffic coming back from the highway, because these are now different. So the traffic's going back and forth, which is good. We have dead bodies piling up, because they were taken care of, and there's a new body. So that's good to see that these only just came back and they weren't there forever. And it looks like a lot of issues over in this area are gone. So they're getting there. There's just a lot of traffic and a lot of dead bodies.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions.
Alright, so what I think we're going to do is first look at where the groundwater goes. It does reach over here.
This has been a public service announcement.
I was going to place the water treatment over here, but it creates ground pollution, so we want it away from this area. Maybe we add a larger area over here. And then bring a road out here, and that's a treatment area. It keeps it away from this zone. So let's change more of this little cliff face. bring it to here, then we'll make it look better afterwards. I want this open at all times while I'm building this road. If we bring you to here, then pretty much to the highway, and then out this way. Get out of this, but I want this to be open. If we place the water treatment building right here, hopefully the ground pollution stays within its vicinity and doesn't spread out past Forest Street. Now let's grab that. It is a small building. And this processes sewage and purifies it of pollutants. The treated water is then pumped back into the water network. The removed pollutants become garbage to be collected. So we're going to have garbage trucks wanting to come up here, which is fine. It's not a heavy traffic area down this main road. Can be upgraded with advanced filtering system and an additional processing unit. So it has add-ons that increase its capacity. I don't see really like a capacity thing. I do see a usage here, so I'm guessing that is 50% of this. We're definitely going to increase its rate. Oh, they're both buildings. We need a large open area for this. This can't be built here. I'm going to leave it there so we have it built. But we're pretty much going to move it to somewhere like over here. Or we place it somewhere else since the water does reach... I don't know. We'll make this our transportation area. We'll put water somewhere else. Maybe on this open area? I don't think the water reaches over the highway. It doesn't reach over the highway, so we could add it over here. I think that's what we'll end up doing. But now that we have that, we should be making less sewage than before. I should be able to get rid of a few of these. I'm going to wait for this to move. I don't think it moved very far, if at all. That one moved. I'm waiting to see if it moves again, because maybe it lagged the first time. I don't think it is, so if we get rid of this one... How far down does it take us? Or is our treatment plant doing well enough keeping up with the additional from this going over there? It might have been enough. It looks like it is enough. So now this is going to get better over time. So if we go over here and we click on it, it should be more... It did go up a little bit. That's not too bad, 53%. It was 40-something before. So now if we look at this, it should have air pollution here, which should go down over time. It looks like everyone that's in this color is the people that are affected. And I just watched that go down, so it's going down fairly quickly. What about ground pollution? It's pretty much just in this area. It doesn't affect commercial, so we don't care about that. Water pollution. Didn't realize that there was a water source here. So that's going to go away as the river water is less polluted from the sewage being dumped in there. It's also polluted by this ground pollution here. And I can't even see the contaminants in this water anymore. That's great to see. This is getting better. The people over here are going to be getting sick less often. What can we place? Oh, this is for extra water pumping. I'm going to leave this area open for more crematories, because I think we could place one here, and then one here, but maybe facing a different direction, because I don't think it's long enough or short enough to fit this area. So, we have the post office, which is a small building. It does have additions. What does this add? I guess more vehicles? Yes. And this one is also another building, so we probably should leave a large opening area for this. So I think we'll add this over here. But I want it to have its own road. I don't want it to go into this because it's going to mess with all these intersections. We should probably add asymmetric roads over here. I'm going to grab an alley and go straight from here. And then we're going to upgrade these roads. This goes out. This goes in. Demolish that road. It should help them get around quicker. What I don't want are traffic lights right here. Can I make this stop sign instead? That should help with traffic. Okay. So if we move this to over here, maybe I want a road. So this is facing backwards, facing downwards. We have a road this way. We have to add additions to it. What's the biggest addition building, zone-wise? This takes up about 4. And this takes up, I want to say 6. I can't tell because all the zoning over here is broken up. It does take 6. And this does take 4. Okay. So we want our next road to be just outside of this zoning here, which we can actually build now. Actually, no, this is where we want the building itself. So if we do this temporarily, we're going to pause because this isn't going to have electricity right away. We'll bring you to here. Then we add the road on the back side. And then we rotate you around. Then we get rid of this. And we should be able to add this behind it, which we can. And we can add it to this main road or to the building itself. We're most likely going to add it to the building itself. Now I'm going to get rid of this, which I probably shouldn't have. I want the road to butt up to this. How do we have this connect in? Maybe an intersection right here? Since I don't think I can go straight out this way and go up to keep space for this addition. Could we? Maybe we could. No, the intersection would be too close to the one that's above us. Although it would be only for mail trucks and trash trucks. I think I will add it. I believe it was from right here. Bring you into there. This should have enough room for these. It does. But what we're going to do is make sure that there's no double lights here. I don't want a stop sign. I kind of want this road coming into the intersection to be yield. But I don't have that option. And now it does have power. It might give the error, but should have power. So that leaves us with extra space over here to make more intersections. Another thing we need to worry about is parking in this area. We're going to want a lot of parking so that we could take parking off the side roads. So I'm going to add a little bit of parking on the other side of the post office. And that'll be end of this plateau here. If I line this up well, I should be able to just grab here and go straight down and make a straight line. Yeah, it's close enough to being straight. We go in here, we grab one of these. I'm going to place in a fairly large parking space. Not that large. Not that small. That's perfect if I can get it relatively flat in this area. That
A driving advisory has been issued
looks
for the
okay.
immediate area due to poor road conditions.
It's sloped over here, but it's not too bad.
Cross drive and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
There's only one way in, one way out. These are path. If I go like this.
Let us move now from the
That brings the path out more.
Literally. Here we have some perfectly anguishing correspondence from a listener.
So now let's go down. This is the wrong thing to be in.
Whereas I make
We're going to grab some grass and bring it down this road. It's going to push all the parking off of this road.
modesty demands that I prevaricate against the title. I am but a humble
And we probably want parking up here.
expertise derives merely from a life devoted to the gentle arts. Though I do thank you for the honor. But I digest. To continue.
We're going to move this temporarily.
As a traveler from my homeland, I long to hear a tune that speaks to the
I'm going to grab a
anguish
road out here
weary soul.
so that we can have parking against here. And then this is going to be back here.
Need to wallow in sediment. Leave that to those
How large are you? I don't want you connecting to that road.
for you, and I do hope it provides your aching spirit some modest.
So if we bring the road right where the zoning is.
Traffic. If you're thinking about hitting the streets, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Good to know, Jim.
Put you in
Seems
there.
like everyone is in
You
a
cut
hurry to
into
get
the mountain, but
somewhere
that's
fast.
fine.
It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan your trip.
Now, what kind of parking would fit in here?
Oh,
Probably a
hell,
smaller one?
I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
In local coverage, the tourism board just released.
I think this is the
their
best one for
and
this
it's
area.
Good news all around. Tourism was way up over the previous.
Put that there. It does some weird things going on here.
Bet, Glenda. I
So
guess
let's
everybody
move this road in a little bit.
This is the place to be.
I'm going to leave this road where it is, but I want this back road here. Oh, and then we're going to move this up. So now they might be able to go through this. I'm not sure how it works. But I do want it to butt into that corner. Don't forget, this isn't going to be here. We're going to let them park on this road. I don't want them parking on this road. If we add grass to the side of this, it stops them from parking here. Pushes them somewhere else around the city, which looks like it's a lot on this road. We add Oh, we can't add trees and grass to this because it makes the road a little bit wider, which would mean that the bus station has to be moved. So we'll wait till later. Now the taxi depot. I don't think I've seen taxis in this area. Like, I don't think they return to it. So we could add this to the mail section over here. Right across the street. I think that's what we're going to do for sure. We'll bring you over here. Now, you don't need to have any additions, but I want to see what they would look like if we added them on. We'll probably add 2 of these here. Bunch of these in the back. What about on this side? This adds trucks. And it goes to our line where we have our grass here going to. I'm going to widen this just a little bit more. To there. Or do I want to grab this height and cut it out? Because it goes along with the road. Probably not even noticeable. So we'll leave it like that. So now the next plateau. Will be for the buses. We'll make it the same height as the bus depot. And then we'll worry about this stuff later. So the first thing I want is move this metal road, which is a 2-lane one-way road. Bring you this way and this way. Get rid of that road. Now we're going to move this. Hopefully it doesn't mess with the routes. I don't think it would. I actually want this to be in more. Like this. And then our path, because it's going to be upset if we don't do the path first. We'll just add you like that. Now I'm going to pause and delete a bunch of this. Then you can come over here, and you're further away from up here. It does look like the routes go with it. So we can get rid of this. That bus has a bunch of issues there. The bus, I think, might despawn. If I pause, we might be able to grab all these people and bring them to here quicker. Because they go to the closest path. Nope, that didn't help them at all. They're all going to the sidewalks. Okay. I was trying to get them to move over here quicker, but they're not. They were set in their ways. Since they're all 4 of the buses, they are going to make their way over. This bus looks like it's going straight out to the Myrtle Street. And then it'll get on its line eventually. Okay, it looks like all this is working better. We do have people going in front of the buses, though, as they're trying to leave. So that might be something we need to work out. Now, if we lowered everything to this height, we'd have to work on the roads a little bit. Because they're definitely way too high. Maybe we take the height of this roundabout and make everything that height. Which isn't that much higher than what we already had everything set at. I guess that's what we already had it set to. I'm gonna pause. We're gonna delete a bunch of things. I don't want all the road, but I do want this intersection here. Now if we go back into this, and we continue with the level we clicked on. Bring this out. Why is it doing weird things here? There we go. We're going to need to demolish the path. Grab this again, bring it up a little bit more. What's it doing? Did I right-click somewhere again? Oh, this should be pushed back. Yeah. Okay. So this is the height that we want this road to reach. It does something weird here because of the underground tunnel. We'll get rid of those two pieces so that the ground is now flat. And these people that were underground are now above ground. Okay, so next thing we want to do is get rid of this path. And this road. It's about right there. Because what we first need to do is find out where this slopes to. Or I mean, where it ends at. It's to about right there. Nope, one more line. And this is all the same level here. Okay. How do we slope this in the best way? I think I grabbed down here. Trying to line it up with where these two places would meet. Right there would be our bottom portion. And then we grab this and loop it around. I think that would work. There's a Rabambi in chat if anyone wants one. I think it would also work if I just leave it flat, build this road out. We're going to add it further than we need it. So that should be a flat road. And then we just connect this in. Is there a way that I can make this curve all the way down to here? I think I might be able to pull it off now. We can just take more from this. If I grab here, go to about right here, we should be able to go. But this intersection won't be straight. I'm fine with that.
Second Moon with J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Before we dive into our next selection, I'd like to take a few memento moris to elaborate on the formal
Here and then straight in?
For our newer, less able
Or a
listeners,
little bit curved?
first, we will be dancing through the al dente section.
Slope too steep.
before
Okay,
entering
so that's
the
doing
slow
stuff here.
movement, finally, the
Yeah, we need to
vivacious anti-pasto movement. So,
bring this
without
back,
further
and we
ado,
need to slope this area a little bit
raise the
better.
curtain and begin.
Industry
If I grab
is on the
here
rise,
and up
when
here.
business is doing well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda. We're live, and we're getting
Okay.
reports about a traffic accident
And
somewhere
then here.
in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know.
Bring you out to about right there.
Just reminding you. Meanwhile,
And then down to here. And then in line with that road and bring it up to the road. So this should look better. It flattens out right where the intersection is, as it should. We can now delete that. And we're going to want the path. Well, let's first flatten this, or smoothen it, I mean. Because we don't want the houses being interrupted over here. So we bring them back a little bit, and then a couple clicks around the road should bring the dirt to the road. Make it smoother around the houses. Smoothing all this out. And then we go down this side and smoothen this out a little bit. Now that we have the extra space. And we probably don't need that wall anymore. So if we were to demolish these parts and then add this back in, we need to smoothen this out first. So let's grab the slope tool, grab there to here, bring this in. We'll add the road in first. Straight, please. Just like that. Oh, we're in the bend tool. We still have a little wall, but that's not as drastic as it was before. I do want to get rid of the wall. So again, let's click here and here, and we're going to grab the wall back further than we need it. Fix this road again if I can grab the right point. There we go. Now that goes out straight. We need this path. Back to there. Smoothing this out around the road. Now we get the joy of adding this path back in, which I think worked easily the last time. And it does there. That path is back in. It's in a different spot, as you can tell by the people. Which, speaking of people, this is how much higher it was before. They should be fine. We will see the cop car take a nosedive onto the road. but then they'll come back up. And now we need to add this road back in. Now the bus depot will still continue to work. Thinking about how the people are going to get out to here. What I'm going to do is grab the underground path and bring it out to here. But what we're going to do first is connect it into this area. I bring you there, and then you connect here. That allows them to get this way. And this path going all the way over here, we're actually going to change it. We're going to just demolish the entire thing. Underground. Get rid of all that. Above ground, get rid of all this. We're going to add the path here. And then it's going to curve this way and go underground. For some reason, it's not giving me a line to keep up with. Now it should. There we go. And then we're going to curve this. First being straight, but then down to here. And now that should allow them to come over this way. These cars are going to go crazy, but then they can still leave out this way. I'll leave it like that. Our bus lines are going to get all mixed up. They should be fine over time. We're going to remove the traffic lights from right here. We don't need them here. How many more cars are over here? Only a few more. And all these people are crossing the highway once again. We don't want that. What I'm going to do first to keep traffic off of here is trees on that main road. I'm going to let the majority of these people walk this way and cross the road. But then we're going to get rid of the crossing. Let's start doing that now. There is a small amount of people still crossing over here. Most of them are in this area. So if I were to get rid of this now, they'll finish crossing the road and then they won't do it anymore. This one up here. Then there's just a little bit of people over here. Oh, that's right, they can walk up this way now. That's not what I want. We might end up making this a 3-lane highway going both directions. Give that there. There's a tornado.
Storm spotters have reported a tornado currently heading towards the city. Extreme
Way out there.
conditions are expected. All
We should be
citizens
fine.
are advised to seek shelter at this time.
Should we add a path going down here? There's a lot of people walking down this way. I should also fix this road. It's very hilly. Although it slopes up to this point, and then it's mostly flat, so we're not actually going to do it. Okay, now the only thing that should be coming down this way is the buses and the people parking on this road and leaving. So let's start renovating this area. Grabbing this level. Bring it all the way out to this. And out this way as well. We'll grab in here. Maybe if we do underneath the road as well, when we delete the road, it won't be there at that height. The ground, I mean. I'll do even underneath the building just in case. And then let's bring this out to here. Now, I did say we're going to make multiple plateaus. We are still going to do that. Because we want to ferret this out a little bit better. Now that brings the level of this up very high. Let's think about how we're going to do this, because I want to get rid of the path, which means people over here. They could still get to the bus station from over here. So I think we could actually demolish most of this and then figure it out and we would be fine. Let's do that. I'm gonna pause. Underground. We are going to demolish all of this that we just placed in. We're also going to demolish this portion. Then above ground, get rid of all this. And then we're also going to get rid of this entire road. Now, since I did grade underneath the road, it does look like I got rid of it. But we can just focus on this area now. How do I want the buses to come in and out? We could keep the same logic here of having one road going this way. Make it one way. That way they're only coming in and out the same direction. But then also have the jutted out portion so that only buses are going up here. We'll have a lot of parking. So we're going to need to move you temporarily to right here. This does mean that people can get to the buses. What is this? Electric bus. Taxi stop added to this. Looks like it takes up some of the parking. Extra platforms. We have double the amount. Okay. So I want you
A driving advisory has been issued
facing
in
this
many
way,
areas
but
due
about
to
like
poor
right
road
here.
conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to
There's a
stay off the
Ponyta in
streets
chat.
until
That's a Gen 1 Pokemon.
This has been a local public service announcement.
This is Second Moon with J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Before we dive into our next selection,
See if I catch it.
take a few memento moris to elaborate on the formal structure of the symphonic work.
So, I want to move these
First, we will be dancing through the
to here.
section before entering the slow
Grab this road, bring it straight out. I can't because that bus stop is in the wrong spot.
So, without further ado, let's
Can't really place it anywhere temporarily, so we'll place it right there.
And on to our main featured story.
Bring
The
you
commercial district is booming as the area is attracting more
this way
high-end stores.
and continue
Bringing
straight.
the latest in luxury to our neighborhood. You can now shop for designer shoes while sipping a fancy local Java.
Is this straight?
Or so my wife tells me. That's good for
I feel like the road over here is not 90 degrees.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
We're live.
It
and
definitely
there's
isn't.
reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should.
I'm gonna move
return.
this temporarily.
If you're planning a
So on
quick
this
trip,
side.
you might want to wait a little while until everything clears up.
Demolish that road.
You already know about it. No use reminding you.
Bring this over here.
Expect delays.
Looks like Ponyta escaped. And then grab you and bring you back over here. Now, if I get rid of this road and place it back in, maybe the zoning won't be as weird. Oh, it's still weird. Okay. I tried. I don't know how we're going to be able to connect up here. This is a very drastic incline change. We may need to have it connect into the post office area. Or have this somewhere in the middle of this plateau. Like if I were to grab where this black line is, which would be this height, and bring it out here. That's two drastic cliff faces. But I think that would be better for us. It would make coming up here a little bit easier. Let's bring it up to this. Means it comes up to that point. And then we can slope it. Bring it up to the road again. Then I'm going to flatten this again. And over here, we're just going to smooth it. Now this is a different height, but it shouldn't be too drastic of a change from this bottom level. And what about from here? There is another black line. Which I didn't know about beforehand. Where does that black line meet over here? Right about here. If I grab you and bring you up to this road, pretty much how it lines up. You all in there. Grab this level again, so that we can make sure that there's enough room around the parking lot. We're getting there. Flatten this out. I'm going to flatten around here as well. Or smoothen. I should say smoothen. So now that's multiple plateaus over here. Which should make putting the road in better than it was. It will mess with the building. I don't know what building this is. The bus depot. That's this building? Oh, all the green rectangles are the buses. Okay, so let's grab this road again. Bring it straight up to here. It does curve with the ground. That's what I wanted. And now we're going to grab this. No, we're not. We're going to do the one-way system. So what I actually want is this to come straight down. And this to go up more. Like that. And up to here. So that this whole plateau is flat for this. Now if I get rid of these. The ground should have conformed with what I just did. It did. Smoothing it out down here. Push it down a little bit. Push it up a little bit. Add the road in. Then we grab the one-way. We only need it to be one lane. I don't like that road anymore, so let's demolish this road first. We'll bring this out a little bit more. It has a slight slope to it, but that's fine. We don't need it to be completely flat. This up to here, there, down. Why is the zoning different in this area? Shouldn't be doing that. Is it not sloped right? It might not have been because of this small area. Bring you here. Get rid of that. Add it back in now here. Still messes with the zoning, but that's okay. We're not really zoning on it, so I'm going to leave it that way. Then we move this here. And now we try and smoothen this area out again. First thing we do is grab this and pull it in a little bit. And this way. Then a tiny bit of smoothing. And also over here. And then we grab the road. Bring that back up. Invalid shape. It works at 88 degrees, doesn't work at 90 degrees. Which tells me that this intersection got moved down a little bit, which is fine. What we're going to do is go like this. And like this. Delete these. And add a road in. still in valid shape for some reason. Is it because of the slope? Or is it because of this? See what happens when we get rid of that. Oh, now it's fine. Okay. So, start this side first. Grab the double lane, bring it to where it meets that road, which is right there. I think I had this turned a little bit. Let's zoom out then. That's 180. And it's lined it up with the road above us. Now this road, asymmetric. Grab you, bring you this way. Nope, I did it wrong. We want you up a little bit. Can I have you not snap to the road? No, we want that. And I want you here? No. We want to just bring this straight in. And then figure out the laning afterwards. But first I'm going to add this in so we know exactly how far we want the intersection. Okay. Line this up with the one below it. Looks about right there. It wasn't. It was a little bit over. I'm lining up the sidewalk now, on the left side. It's close enough. Grass. Trees. Now we go into upgrading this area. What I'm gonna do is make this one way. Make this 2 directions. And also here, 2 directions. So if they need to cut through here, they can. Hopefully no cars will do that. And hopefully nobody's going to park on here because it's one way. Anyway, right now we're going to press play. And let everything readjust. We're obviously making a lot of traffic issues because we just changed a bunch of roads. And we're keeping this area open for additional services that we'll do later on. Quantum Shield. Welcome in, Quantum Shield. I think this is your first time saying anything, and you did hydrate, and I didn't even know. So let me take another sip for you. Thank you for stopping in. I recognize your name, but I don't know where I know you from. I want to say Willow Stream, but it could be Regus, or it could be both.
Professor Hornbuckle, as a traveler from my homeland,
Anyway,
that speaks to the anguish of my road-weary soul.
I should move this over a tiny bit because I just saw that bus come in at a weird angle. But then they're also going to leave at a weird angle. So I think we need to make this road just a slightly bit longer. Let me watch this bus come in. I stop by once in a while to see what you're up to. Thank you. We're playing City Skylines for a little bit because we've been doing a lot of side stories for a while. I feel like we haven't really played this game. That bus came in pretty well.
Pretty amazing, right, Jim?
You bet.
And that bus was fine. Okay, so just moving it over one made it easier to me. Now what I want to do is crosswalk right in between here going straight to that building. So what if I add a path instead? Because I know that adds crosswalks. We're on a bend. I don't want bend. I didn't add a crosswalk, so I think I have to do it from the middle of the road. If I went from here, there's the crosswalk. We don't really need a crosswalk here, but I'll put it in just in case we need it later on. And then what we're going to do is find a way to stop people from walking over here. Can I add grass to that side of the road and then it stops people from walking over there? Or does it just stop cars? It just stops cars. Okay. So then what I'm going to do to try and help us is get rid of these crosswalks here. Well, I wanted that one. And here. So they have to use this to get onto this side of the road. We're going to also get rid of that one. And that one. Okay.
I have summoned you here.
Regus, welcome in!
Nobody summons Megatron.
I don't think it's ever played that one before. 9 million, almost the opposite of negative 10 million? That's true. We've been building things, so we haven't really gotten to 10 million, but this stream we've earned what we could have had of 10 million if I didn't do anything. We're changing this area to be more efficient with different things. And it looks like it's... There are people parking on here. And up here, so we definitely need to add grass to this whole area. We're going to add trees to it, but I don't want people parking on this at all. It's going to make extra traffic with people coming in and out. How was your stream, Regus? How was the end of your Star Wars game? I don't think you finished it, but how was the rest of your stream, I mean? We are going to need a lot of parking over here. Your stream was good? That's great to hear. We have about half an hour, maybe another hour before we raid out. Oh, the path. We don't have a way of them from getting over here. That's not path. This is path. So if we go... This way is their way to get over here, so we don't need to add this one all the way over there. What we are going to add is how they get up to here. So I think first... Trying to see how far away this is from over here. It looks like it's roughly 9 squares away. This is 6, so about right here would be the underground. If I can't click from there, I have to go somewhere up here first. And then go down. We'll go to there. Now we're going to curve over. And that should be roughly the same distance. And then we go back up. And we can just connect this in wherever it goes. Oh, I can make a curve into that. That's nice. I think the last time I tried that, it didn't work. So now these people have a way of getting over here instead of going all the way over to this portion and then making their way up, which also doesn't connect into this area, so let's connect that back in. We have to go... No, we'll add the portion that goes on the ground first. And then straight in. So now they can get back over. And they can go and do whatever they want. Is there a crosswalk here? There is no crosswalk right here for some odd reason. And because we didn't have a way for them to get over here, they are using the roundabout to get over. We don't want people walking on the roundabout. Over here is fine. There's a red light and everything. We probably should add a red light over here. There is a red light. Okay. Over here there are no lights, but there are people going this way. Yeah, it's fine. There's only a few cars. But all this should mean that the buses come through here easier. Yeah, you should stop. Okay, another thing we need to add back in is mail, because we did take something away. Actually, it's pretty good over in this area. Oh, because we moved the post office to where the other... We had a mailbox over here somewhere, and we added the we moved the post office over that way, so it got better. This area's pretty bad, though. Is there like a bus stop here or something? I can't... Place it right here. We do have some red buildings, but they're fine. Another thing, Regus. Our icons are slowly going away. It looks like this whole L shape here now doesn't have any dead bodies in it. This is all residential, or commercial and residential combined. That had a lot of people. The offices don't really keep bodies in it, but they can. Anyway. Accidentally hit the stop stream button halfway through. That's funny. Haven't done that in a while, that's true. I don't think I've ever been there for when you do that. I've always been doing something else. Okay, so next thing we're going to think about is parking, because there's a lot of people walking over here. We might as well have a large parking area. What is the largest one we have? We have above ground, multi-floor car parking. Very large. We are going to have a subway stop over here. There's going to be a lot of people that want to get to here. We could also add a bus line that leaves the city. So it's probably worth putting one of these in. But it's going to create a lot of traffic along with the buses. I think we're going to place it up on this plateau. It's up here. But we're going to add the road. We're going to have to move stuff around. This area doesn't have dead bodies anymore. That is the headline. What I'm planning out is how the road's going to be. Because I don't want the intersection really close up here, so I kind of want the next road to come in right about here. So we want this plateau, whichever height it is, to be pretty much over to where the bus is. Bus is going to have to move over quite a bit. It's going to have to be like right here. Which means I'm going to have to move the ground around a bit again. Bring it to about here. We're going to have to also readjust the slope in our underground. I'm going to pause it once again. We'll get rid of that much. We're going to add in our road, which is going to be the 2-lane again. And then we'll upgrade everything afterwards. It does a weird thing here. So let's not do that, and let's fix the land. I'm going to grab a height down here so we can cut this closer. That doesn't look right. If I grab right here, and just use the mouse button, or the arrow button. Relatively straight compared to the road. Okay, and then over here I want to soften it. Now I don't want to drag because that will keep the strength going and mean that it does more smoothing than I want it. Now I can, so I can drag more of it around. That should make the road come up a little bit easier. I should probably plan out where I want the bus station. That works. It's really close to this corner, so let's move it a little bit over. About there. That means that the buses don't have to do a zigzag to get up here. And now we add the road up to here. Which means this is connected back in. We have to move this pathway over. We might as well put it with this. Oh no, we're gonna have cars coming up here. No, we're not. We're gonna do things to the road that are gonna change it. So let's upgrade this. Add the trees and the grass. Yeah, there's trees there. We're gonna move this path.
Second moon with J. Thomas Hornbuckle.
Not on the ground this time.
To our next selection, I'd like to take a
I'm gonna put it here.
to elaborate on the formal structure of the symphonic work. For
Why did it not make a crosswalk here?
First, we will be dancing through the al dente section before entering the slower largo movement.
Not adding a crosswalk. I think it's because this is connected in.
Anti-pasto.
Disconnect that for a moment.
So, without further ado, let's raise the curtain and begin.
Bring that to there. And then bring it out and over to here. So now they can cross straight across. Get rid of that. We could then
Services have already been dispatched, and traffic flow should return to normal. But if
put
you're
in
planning
our
to
new
drive,
road.
you might want
It's
to
going to be a
wait until
2-lane
everything clears up.
or a one lane both direction road.
Meanwhile, expect delays and drive safe.
And I think I'm just going to add it to here.
On the rise,
Now we should probably move it over because there's going to be a slope going up the hill.
floats our boats.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
Now we get to work on up here. We can actually unpause at the moment. I want this. Oh, we can't unpause because I actually need to delete this road. And we want plateau from up here. Grab this one, we're getting out to the road. And then let's cut it back a little bit so it doesn't mess with this road down here. We're gonna put in a road up here temporarily so that I can place the parking building. We're gonna then get rid of the road and then smoothen out the ground around it so that when I put these roads in, they're not just steep incline. I'm gonna click on the grade itself and hope that it doesn't zone or smooth out too much. Up there should be fine. I do not like how close this is to the road. There's a Pat Rat in chat. If anyone wants a, I don't want to call it a rat, even though it has the word rat in it. It's a mouse-like animal, but there's something else that looks more like a rat than this does. Okay, on this one, we're just going to do one-way roads. And this can go straight up to here. And then down to here. and then up this way. And then we add this back in. And now we upgrade this to being 2 lanes. And then all the grass and trees. Even on this road. It's kind of like a chipmunk. That's the one! Thank you, Regus. That's the animal I was thinking of for sure. Now, the only issue that this is going to create... We should probably flip these around. A parking anything, parking lot or parking building, creates a lot of traffic with people going in and out. What I'm trying to do is separate it from the bus traffic. So we have a one-way system going up here and then down. We're going to change something with the road later so they don't go across this way. And then we have another loop here that goes up and down. The amount of traffic that's going in here is going to come up this way and then turn left and get in the way of the buses, which we really want the buses to have priority of getting out. So I think we should switch these 2 buildings so that the buses get in the way of the people leaving the parking lot, but then don't get in the way of something else. So I'm going to temporarily move this somewhere far away, wherever it fits. We're then going to move this down here. And then move this up here. Now the issue that this creates is that the bus stop kind of needs a large area. We're going to move parking lot as far over as I can get it without it messing up with the ground. Can I move it over 1 more square? Okay, there we go. Onto that. Doesn't look too weird there, because the building. Now we are going to be able to see cars going up and down these ramps. And coming into these parking lot spots. We don't want this here anymore, or this. Just a connection, not the entire thing. I couldn't connect it. There we go. Okay, now... we move this to here. And then we're going to delete these because I need to do more land. Because we want to bring it down a little bit further. That didn't look right. There we go. Should probably add the same system that we did before. This. Move the bus depot. Or the bus stop. Get rid of the road. Kind of want it over further. Let's add that road back in. We want you... like right there. Okay, now I have the option of moving this out. It's going to be a very steep grade here. Not going to be too good right here. So we may have to push it further to this intersection and change this road. But I'm going to attempt to see what the road looks like right here, getting up to this portion. It does mess with this, so we're not going to put it where it is. Bring you to there. We'll get rid of these. Go back into this. We're pretty flat in this area. Let's grab the road and start here. And we won't connect that in just yet. I then want to move you again. Can I connect these roads in? I can. But that messes with the corner, right? Yeah, so we actually did want this where I had it just before I moved it. It's about right there. Why is this road higher than that road? They look like they're on two different levels. They are on two different levels. What? From here to here is where that one-way system's gonna end. You come back over here. Then I want to copy the length of this road over here, because that comes straight down here, and then up into this intersection. The roads right now are flat. That's what I want. This is going to be a steep incline, I know. Oh, that messes with the road. That makes sense. Okay. So I need to bring this up until it stops the road from moving. But that makes a pretty bad dip, though. So what I'm going to have to do is not that. We're going to do road down there. We're going to have to slope from up here down to that point. I'm going to click right here. That puts the spot where that black line's going to end. This should be better for the road. And then we'll have to figure out something for the bus stop. Bus station. I want it about right there. It makes the weird curve thing, though. I really want it to be sloped from this point down. Let's bring this out to here. Click right here, and then slip to that point. That didn't do it. What is going on here? Straight line. Grab right there. Grab up here. Grab right there. Right here. Right there. Right here. It just looks super weird. Like I'm just going back to what I had it before. Roads are flat. Roads are not flat. That's a flat road. I don't know how I got to that point, but that's flat. It works right there. If I grab you and bring you over. What the heck? That's not at all what I wanted. That's relatively flat. I'm fine with that. Okay.
What kind of future does music have if it doesn't look to its past? Well, I say the question speaks for itself. Here on Second Moon, we know you can't move forward unless you keep both eyes steadily trained on what's behind you.
This just in from
That
traffic.
smooths it out. This is still connected.
You can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
What we're going to do next is the path between
Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get
here and
somewhere
here to make the
fast.
crosswalks,
It's worth
and then
slowing
bring
down.
you...
And if you can, plan your trip outside the rush.
Oh, I don't know. I'd
Down
rather
there.
wait an hour in traffic than to have to start thinking about everything all the time. Besides, if I did that, I'd never get anywhere.
This got changed.
The housing shortage is driving up prices in the area.
That's right, Glenda. But apparently, that's not all good news. We're joined today by an expert guest, Professor...
Go underground. Bring
Welcome,
this.
Professor. So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
Why are you not reaching the right spot?
Representations within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual reward.
This is apparently minus 20. So we must have raised the level here of the ground.
Going to make me richer.
By certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short term.
I like the sound of that.
But what we are discussing is the study of a
There we go.
statistical abstraction and its effect on the human.
Still lets them get in here.
Professor?
It is a question of priority.
Now we need to change it to be the one-way system again. So we'll start with the one-lane roads, which are these roads. And this road? No, this is 2-lane now. Never mind. This 2-lane all the way up to here. Where is it? One dedicated lane for cars. One dedicated lane for buses. The buses go up, the cars come out. It's still one lane here. This should be one lane. Cars keep going, buses keep going. They are going to switch and get in each other's way for sure right here. But they'll work themselves out. Now I need to get rid of all the unwanted crosswalks, so let's go into the road. We will first do the grass again. Trees. And now, where do we not want people crossing the road? I don't think we want people crossing here. I don't think they would cross here. They're going to go up this way and go into the bus station. We want them crossing where we added the crosswalks. Don't want them crossing here, because they're going to get in each other's way. And not right here. We do want all of these crosswalks to get over to this portion. Okay, I think that's it. Play. Let them readjust to everything we just did. There's a lot of cars coming up here. Are these mostly hearses? Yes, they are. Okay, we don't really have a lot of traffic. It's just hearses coming back. How's our storage? We did go up slightly. We were at just over 6,000. Now we're almost at 61,000 or 100. I'm waiting to see how a bus looks when it comes out. There's a pilot swine in chat. Oh, one of my headphones just died. So my headphones just barely make it a full stream. We are going to go past a little bit, past 4 hours. Because I want to see when the other headphone dies. Unless it dies in the next 4 minutes, then I'll switch to the headphones and we'll keep playing for a little bit longer than that. So now this should be a more efficient area. We do need to make a spot for the water treatment plant because it has a lot of additional buildings that get added to it as an upgrade. And I just realized this whole time we've been the slowest speed of simulation. I don't know where all these people just came from. I guess they were part of the building when it was over here, and now they're walking over. And if we take a look at the building long enough, and it fills up, we should see cars coming up the ramps and down the ramps. I remember seeing them before, driving up in these. Maybe we'll catch one as they go in and go into the bottom floors. Looks like Pilot Swine escaped. If we follow this car, we should see it moving around inside. Yep, there it goes. Nice. So this is going to bring a lot of people walking over here to get into the bus stop. And they're going to figure each other out. Do we have a line that goes outside of the town? If I go into this view, we should see every view. We do not have a line that leaves the town. Or else there would be one going this way and this way. So let's add a new line. Which, our colors are now mixed up, and I don't want them to be mixed up like this. We don't have a red line anymore. Alright, so if I go in here, we grab this. We're gonna switch these around. No, they're in the color order I want them in. And then a red line. We need to go all the way over to here. Add a way out. All the way back. Oh, something's not right. Oh, there it goes. No? Or is it working? I can't tell. I see the line going down the highway. How far away is this outside? No, there it is. I had to do the loop around, I guess. No, I want to add a stop here. Now it should be picking up people as they come in. But then when we come down here, every bus loops around to this side and then goes in the way that they should. Actually, we need to change how the vehicles get in here. So, first thing we need to do is road. And we need no straight here. So now when we go into this, they should all be coming this way and up. That bus ignored it because they were already set in which way they were going. Okay, back into this. I want this to be Shady Acres. Do outside, I guess. And then we want to click the color and make it red. I'm not expecting a lot of people to want to leave. If we were to have done this side, is it still two different highway systems? it is two different highways, and then they merge into a one-lane highway. That seems like a weird thing to do in this area, but okay. I mean, over here we went from two-lane double highway to a two-lane, four-lane road. That is a highway, so that still works. But not over there. It goes from two double lanes to a single lane going both ways. Which is why this isn't very efficient, because it's two lanes going into one. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. We were over here. Now our usual intersection of traffic has traffic, but it looks like the taxis are slowly going down. Just we changed the bunch. And over here is getting worked out. A lot of people coming over here for parking. But it seems like we're doing okay. There is like a constant flow of cars, though. That's an issue. Because if there's always cars coming across, they're not going to be able to turn from the highway and get on here. That's causing an issue with all these hearses. We might want to... put this back where it was. Because I'm noticing that cars are going in both sides of this and coming out both sides. So there's not really a one-way system like this has. And then I can make this a reverse area so they all funnel this way to this road. And then they all go out the way they came in. Let's do that very quickly. Gonna mean moving this again, which is almost full. Do we even need to move this? If it's almost full, there's not going to be a long line of cars coming to it. Why are people making U-turns instead of just using the roundabout? Our buses are getting through it now. And the cars are going through the roundabout. Okay, I just looked at it too early and wasn't patient enough. What are all these cars coming from? Oh, they're going into the parking lot. Okay. That's fine, this will go down. This is going down over time, it's just a lot of people want to turn right, apparently. And then we have traffic trying to leave. And everyone leaving from up there. The buses aren't able to leave, they're backing up.
You're back with Second Moon Radio, your second musical home from home. So
This is gridlocked.
pour yourself a glass and prepare for another
Because they want to go this way. These guys want to go this way.
Land of art and culture.
Still going up.
As they say. And an aria inspired by the infamous Vivaldi shall be our guide.
It's supposed to have a red light?
Industry in the region is on the rise, and when
That's not supposed to have a red light.
well, that floats our boat.
There's no sinking this boat, Glenda.
A housing shortage is driving up prices. In
That's
the
small lane going into a big road. That's not supposed to have a red light.
That's not all
This one, if it had one, it could have one.
Today by an expert guest, Professor
So that should slowly make our traffic a little bit better.
So a housing shortage is bad for the people trying to move here, right?
It's already gone
A program to desire certain
where it was.
within ideological reward structures, which are entirely apart from the actual rewards enjoyed. For example, consider capital.
So hopefully this starts moving a little bit quicker.
Is the housing shortage going to make me richer?
By certain metrics, perhaps yes, in the short term.
What if I switched the direction of the road? No, we have it going this way because the bus lane only has one direction it can go.
Thank you.
But it could have them coming in and looping around on themselves. It would get them off of this road, which has a lot of the issues from the hearses. But then at some point the hearses aren't going to be out here as fast, or as much as they are. I don't know what would be the most efficient way of doing this. There's not that many cars coming in, so it's an issue with them leaving. If we bring them further away from this intersection, they would be able to get out quicker. The cars can take up a small amount of space. The buses have to wait for a large amount just to get out. Okay, so we are actually going to switch these. Back to how I originally had them. That, I think, is too close to the corner of the road, so we'll bring it just one more square to the right. And then this has to change where it is. So does this. Get rid of... Oh, we should have this... Oh, we had it paused. Get rid of all of that, and this. My headphones just beeped, so I think it might die soon. It is at 10%, yeah. Okay, now we go back to moving this out further. That should be good there. This area. There. And then this has to go... I want this upgraded. We'll go to here. And since this building is smaller, we can actually have it further away. But how much space do you need? Not that much, wow. Not that. You really only need that much space. So if we were to smoothen this out, that's all it needs. Which should help with the road. Does it make the road dip down or raise up? That's the question. That is fine. What about this side? And that is fine. One-way system again. This way, still one way. One way. 2 out, 2 in. One way. Grass. I'm gonna get my headphones ready because they're gonna die soon. My headbuds, I mean. Can I wear both of them? I can. This is weird. And my headset just died. I can't see. Oh, it's a second head. That did not work. Okay. Unplug this. Give me one moment as I fix this. There we go. Now I can hear everything again. Put this headphone back in the charger. Okay. Back in this, we have trees. That's not one road anymore. That is, this is. There was a Frillish in chat and I didn't even notice. So what I'm gonna do is delete this road and place it back in so that it's one singular road. So that the trees weren't separated as much. Okay, and then we need to do the same thing over here with no straight. This says that it could do left and straight. I think we just want this going left. It's only coming up here to these. Okay, so this might help. We'll see what it does. Of course, everyone's going to move around and go different places. The buses are apparently using this to turn around, which I think is funny. But now when they come in here, they should be able to get out and then get up here easier. We could add this being 2 lanes, a little portion of it, so that they already are in the left lane if they're trying to turn left, but they should be all going right. An issue I'm seeing is that both of these lanes are for turning right, and only one of them is for turning left. A bunch of people are leaving this area. We do not want them there. Oh, I forgot to put in the path over here. Add this back in. Forgot about them. No, 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 no. These are yes, these are no. And no over here. Okay. It should mean that people come back to walking over here. They are now walking over here. Like a flood of ants moving around. Why are the cars coming up here? Why are they going straight? That says no straight. Turn only. Okay, and then there's just traffic here. Which is mostly just the buses. Once the buses leave, the car traffic should go down. This one really should be the opposite way because they're coming in on the right and leaving the same spot, so they're crossing over each other. We, I think, are going to make this asymmetric, so it's 2 lanes to the right, 1 lane coming in, and then they go up this way and loop that around the other way.
Approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high.
I'll wait until all these buses are out of this area. Which, there's about... Whoa, why is there so many taxis? What the heck? We have a taxi depot. Why do we have taxis coming from out of town? Do I not have enough taxis? Is that a thing? Do I have a larger taxi depot? There is a larger taxi depot. Okay. I see right there. What do you do? You have more space for taxis. You have Allow taxis to pick up passengers from all over the city, not just dedicated taxi stands, and also electric. So you are just not good enough for everything that we need. I'm deleting you. And what I think I should do is add a path going from this road down here to this road. Can I do that without it being too upset? I know it's a steep incline, but they should be able to get around here. If I grab from right here, then we go to about right here. Now we do this 3-point turn. We go out a little bit, we go up to that line. Then I want to go all the way up to where it stays green, or blue. So now they could go this way, from the taxi stand all the way down here. We do have a taxi stop added to the bus station, so the taxis are bringing people directly here. But maybe they parked up here too? They can walk down? Do you have any upgrades? Offering car wash services alongside parking attracts more drivers to park their cars in the building. We are not going to do that because we have a massive traffic jam here. We are seeing the traffic leave quicker. What I'm going to do now is asymmetric. Upgrade this. I kind of want to move it to the left a little bit. But what I should do first is upgrade this to being 2 lanes. So that I can see where this asymmetric road goes to. Yeah, we do want it over to the left a little. I line up the sidewalk on the right so that the lanes are in the correct place. Right here would be the correct spot.
We interrupt this program to
There's
bring
another
you a
tornado.
news bulletin.
Storm spotters have reported a tornado.
It's in the middle of our city! No!
Wind conditions are expected. All citizens are
Regus!
advised to seek shelter at this time.
There's a tornado breaking down the downtown area. We're never gonna get through all of our death. Not the hospital, too. It's gonna destroy the hospital, isn't it? Why is it just hanging around the hospital? Leave! There are now dead bodies back in the place that was empty. It destroyed buildings. Look at this. Oh, now it's going to one of our farms. I can't rebuild the... Alright, luckily we added the disaster response to the firehouse. So I just have to go around here and find what buildings were destroyed. This looks like it should have been a bigger building. That's the right building for that. I should be able to...
And try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public
I can't rebuild, or I can't fix that, so it's something I just have to demolish.
poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off
That's
the
the
streets
building.
until
That
conditions
these are
improve.
offices.
This has been a local public
This could be
service
one
announcement.
big building. Let's demolish these first.
Second Moon Radio with your host, J. Thomas Hornbuckle. Tune in tomorrow for a
Apparently I have no want for offices.
In local coverage, the tourism board just
Okay, so the
released
hospital didn't break
news,
down.
and it's
But
good
what did break
news
down
all
is
around.
this.
Tourism was way up over the previous season. Pretty amazing, right, Jim?
These are offices, so they're not going to build back right away, but this will.
Figuring out that this
And
is the
everything
place to be.
else
Industry
looks
innovation is
okay.
on the rise, and when business is doing well, that
Why do we
means
not
more
have
business.
offices wanting to be here, though?
Glenda.
There are none that seem...
Interrupt this program to bring you a special news.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong thing.
Radar readings
There we go.
indicate a tornado is approaching the city and will
Is
be
there another
severe.
tornado?
Citizens should seek immediate cover.
I don't see another tornado. Oh, it's right there. Okay. Anyway. We do have these just built in. So we are getting the offices back. I'm going to demolish this small office building too. We'll try to get larger buildings in this area now that they're demolished. That'll build up over time. How are our taxes? We could bring down the taxes for offices a little bit to make them want to build in more. Bring it down 1%. That did just fill in all the office spaces here. Our industry, on the other hand, has a 0 bar. So I think we may have some empty industry over here. We do, so our taxes are too high. Bring that down to 9, see if they fill in.
This is an emergency broadcast to all citizens.
The hailstorm doesn't really do anything, but the tornado does.
And property is expected. We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm is past.
We're getting some flickering buildings. We might need to bring the industry tax down 1 more %. Yeah, we're getting some turning on, turning off.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
Let's take it down 1 more
Heavy
%.
storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops.
That should have filled in all the industry. We now are getting the bar back, so that's good. What about this? Commercial. This building just has not filled in. These 2 buildings here, they've been black forever. Nobody there, nobody here. We might as well demolish these and have them build back up. Okay. Oh, this is one that we can fix. So the disaster response sends out a fire truck to the area. They come in here, they get out people, and then we have the option of rebuilding it. So you don't have to demolish these type of things and then replace it in, have it build back up and wait. I blame the mayor, of course. I should have blamed you the moment that I saw the tornado. Okay, we have this ready. Let's turn this around. This is going to be 2 roads out. This road isn't going to be needed ever. It's just going to be a straight through road. I'm okay with that. So let's put this back on. Switch you around. Make you a double going out. Now everyone funnels in here and leaves. This should still be connected. I don't know why it's not connected.
To all citizens.
A severe hailstorm is approaching. Damage to crops and property is expected.
Maybe the tornado sucked up some of the bodies. I wished it did that. It doesn't. It just adds bodies, so the buildings that were like 50% full now are 100% full or something like that. This area is getting emptied. I don't know what their priority for the buildings are. I think they did the buildings that aren't residential first. So like commercial and the office buildings don't have dead bodies in them anymore because they don't reoccur dead bodies. And I think now it's going to all of the residential stuff. This building here is going to be the one that takes the longest. Because it's 360... No, that's not how many. It's 24 bodies, so it might not actually be the longest. We can, on the other hand, tell them to specialize certain areas, so we can make 1 crematorium for just this area here. We also didn't name this area yet. So they would focus on this. I think I should have one of them to just these 2 areas.
A heavy storm is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very
And I just got an achievement. Happy to be of service. Create a city district and assign
Citizens are advised
a
to
building to
remain
it.
indoors until the situation passes.
So now this 1 crematorium will only do these 3 areas. The other 2 crematoriums will do this entire downtown area.
Hail is very high. Traffic slowdowns and damage to crops and property are expected. Citizens
That
are
should
advised
help
to
them
remain
get the
indoors
bodies
until the
quicker.
situation passes.
This area doesn't include the higher buildings, it just includes this side of the road. We also have the air pollution gone, so let's take a look at the pollution since the beginning of the stream. We had ground pollution, we still do. That'll take a while for it to go away. Air pollution. If there is, it's a very slight unnoticeable color around this area. Coming from this building here. What about water pollution? Yep, it's still polluted because there's still ground pollution. So this ground pollution is over top of the water source, which means that this whole thing is going to be polluted, which is probably why the ground pollution hasn't disappeared yet, because it also has to disappear from the water as well. There was a Pidgey in chat and I didn't even pay attention. What's going on over here? Why are you overloaded? You are overloaded. We don't have enough sewage cleaning. So we need to make that new sewage building over here. We're going to move this to over here. We're going to have roads going to it and everything. I think we grab a road straight from here on the right. Not right there. Right here. And just bring you out to here. And then we're going to bring you over to here, to about right here. Actually, we should probably have it up here more, so that we have extra room for the additional buildings that take up zoning. So if I make the road go to the end of this zoning, that would be a perfect spot. Now I'm going to pause because this isn't going to have any electricity or water to it. But I wanted to know where the end of the road is. I demolish here, which got rid of the whole road. That wasn't what I was planning. Here to here, and then in. We get rid of this road. Now we can press play, but I want to demolish these roads over here, which means I need a road like this, so that when we delete all this, it doesn't delete past the building. And then this also means that I can bring the ground back to this area. So I am going to grab different levels of the dark line. And just bring it over like this. And then we grab another dark line. About right there. And we bring that out to here. And then when we smooth, it should be easier to smoothen it out. Because we already built up the ground. I forgot we lowered it from the highway too. Let's bring the size up to 100%. Make this a little bit quicker. Okay. That should be better over there. And then you need what? Increases the sewage purification rate, resulting in more sewage being turned back into fresh water. Or provides increased processing capacity for the facility. Purification rate is 50%. We should 100% get that up to 100%. Seems like it has to be against the building. This does not have to be against the building. Okay. What we're going to do is build this to the end of the road. It only brings it up to 60%. 70. We're gonna have to move this road. Is this the most efficient way that I can do this? Yeah, that's the only spot that I can place that. So this one has to go here. And then the next one has to go here. And then I can't get 100% because these are all weird. What if I demolish these two? No, I can't place one there. So I'm just moving them around. How close can I get to this building where it stays turned away against the road? Right there. Oh, we did it! We got 100%. So then I can move the road back to the way it was. Just get rid of this. Okay, so this now takes 100% of its water and cleans it and gives us the water back. If I press play, how is our usage? We produce 242,000 sewage per month, and it's rising and lowering. It's fluctuating right now. We only process 232,000, so we need another 10,000, which is this one. We can place one of them in right here. That takes us down from 100. We can also place them around this area in the circle. So I might end up taking out this hill and moving this to the right more so that we can place more buildings around it. Distance too long, so it can't be touching the blue line. That's touching the blue line. We can place them here. I could line it up with this building too, if we weren't next to the highway. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna move this. Now, I don't have a good spot for this to sit. So let's see if I place a road right here, if I can move this over there.
This has been a local public service announcement.
Oh, I can.
A driving
Look at that.
advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to
I made the road too long.
conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions.
Oh, that got rid of the entire road.
This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to Second Moon Radio with J. Thomas Hornbuckle, and we're pervading some of the finest classical music on the air. Keep that dial right here.
You are a distance I can't see.
Just in from traffic. If you're thinking
80
about
meters.
street, you can expect delays on the major roads, especially during rush hour.
Oh, it's to that road.
Good to
Okay.
know, Jim. Seems like everyone is in a hurry to get somewhere fast. It's worth slowing down. And if you can, plan
To there, then we move this back over to here.
I'd rather wait an hour in traffic than to
Didn't realize that I had this not paused that entire time, so we didn't have sewage treatment for a little bit.
We're live.
Okay,
and
then
reports about a traffic accident
we can add these.
somewhere, in the city.
Road maintenance services.
I'm gonna try to line it up the best I can.
Traffic flow should return to normal, But if you're planning a quick trip out, you might want to wait a little while.
We
until
have
the
extra
closes.
money to spend, so I'm going to try and max this out the
You
best I
already
can.
know about it. No use
I
in
want
lying
you
to
placed there.
Meanwhile, expect delays and
Could I place 2 of these in? No, I can't. You there. Here. Can't place you anywhere up there in that corner because of the blue line. So then I guess over here is the only place I can put more. There, and then over here. And then I can place some over here against this road. Can I place one right here? I can, but I need even more space. No, I can't. It says over distance too long. So that's the last one we can add to this building. This is fully maxed out for how we have everything built. So we'll leave it like that. What I do want to fix is the area. If I put this back here again, I'm going to pause this time and move you up to here. And then I'm going to flatten this entire area. It's going to take quite a bit of time. The first thing I want is to be that level. I'm going to just delete these 2 parts. Get out of this. Grab right here at the intersection. Bring it all the way out to here. And now I'm going to copy this road right there and right here so I know where to place the next road. You come out to here. Demolish that. There we go. That should be in the exact same spot as it was before. And now we're going to bring this back further until it stops taken away. And going off of the squares up here, it looks like it takes up this large area. We'll go around here as well. Let's see how this fits now. Something's not right here. Are these not 90 degrees? I didn't keep how far away that was. So this might not be the right spacing anymore. I put you right there. Now you work. If I take the road down one more square, it would line up a little bit better. Let's do that. I took you from right here. And then bring you back over. Now this goes to the road. This one I'm going to demolish. And then add back in. There's a Wingull in chat. That time I noticed there was a Pokemon. Oh, we want to keep paused. What I'm going to do is demolish these roads. And place them back in. Okay, now we can press play for the entire rest of the time we are editing the ground. We'll do just that. What is flat over here? That is not flat, so it goes uphill this way. Moving this out. Moving over here. Can't do it too well because this is now touching the highway. So I think what I want is a marker for there. We want to bring this up maybe 5 squares. I'm going to pause again. We're going to move this one more time. Then I said about 5 squares, which would be about right there. And then this should be easy to move up 5 squares because I can just go to there. And all we have to do is demolish these, and it should be the same distance. Now it looks a little weird being a zigzag. That's because we did this a little weird. Now that fits there. If I move it up further, we could move this to being against the road and just having it one cut in. Might do that if I can't thin this out quick, good enough. Moving this out. We're gonna bring it to our treatment center as much as we can. Strength is up at 100, so this is just taking a little bit of time to do. And then we're going to take as much of this hill down as I can before it starts acting up. Which it's starting to act up now. And by that I mean the lines against these buildings are starting to be where it ends. And now this is going lower because it's getting pulled back more. And this can be pulled in more. Okay. Now this should look a little bit better. This looks completely massive. And I also think we should fix the highway. I think I should delete the highway and then slope it out to here. This area looks fine. I think that's actually flat. It's flat right here. And then we could bring it back to here and then slope it up. Let's do some road construction. We'll delete that because I think it's where it's flat. Nope, it's not flat right there. Okay. Grab this height. Try to make it as straight as I can. And then a tiny bit of smoothing right here. We're gonna grab asymmetric highway. I'm gonna go the wrong direction first so I can get it lined up with the highway over there. Doesn't seem like it's gonna do it because it's too far away. Bring you to there. Asymmetric. That's the right one. That's 5 lanes. Yes, we do want 5. Okay, now we have me placing this in the wrong spot, or the wrong way. We now have the line from this road. To there, and then up here. We want it to the left a little bit to line up with that lane. I'm looking at the highway at the top up here. Because when we rotate this, we want the extra add-on lane, the right lane, being outside of this road. As you can see here, it adds the lane on the top portion. If we moved it in line with this, it would put it on the inside. That causes issues with traffic later on. We obviously don't want that. That does make this little dip in the road. Which means that it goes up one level and then back down. I won't worry about that for now. What I am going to worry about is how far back to take this. I think to where this tree is. We can't really take it to the tree, so we'll go from here. And then what I want to do is slope. Not rotated right. Go a little bit like this. That looks perfect. We're going to grab from here. And we're going to grab this height and just go right. That's not what I wanted. We actually want it to go to here. Move this out so you can't see it from the... So we slope this point, which makes it a little bit more of a drastic slope. We could move it back further.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due
Move it
to
back
poor road
further.
conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive.
Trying to get this to
and
smooth it
stay
out a little
off
bit
the
more.
streets until conditions improve.
Okay.
This has been a local public
So now
service
we're going to actually delete a little bit more of this highway than I wanted to at first.
with your host,
Because I do want this sloped pretty well.
for a second chance to hear the music of yesteryear.
In local coverage, the tourism board just released their figures, and it's good.
So now, if we grab the regular road,
tourism
not for
is way up over
asymmetric.
the previous season. Pretty amazing.
where does it start to climb up? Pretty much where that cliff is.
Out that this is the place to be.
For our feature story,
So if we grab
streets with Kim this
here,
summer, taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's
and go
the
straight to
deal this
here.
summer? Tell us what you're hearing.
Adds the extra lane on the outside, as you can see.
Glenda, I have
And
to
then
say,
now
just
bring you all the way up to here.
around here. Gross. And these concerned citizens agree.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting food, dirty
Bring this,
biscuits.
moving it down.
God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone smell it. And the piles of filth just keep growing.
The guy on the radio is complaining about filth again, so there must be somewhere that's full of trash.
You heard it here, folks.
Okay,
We're not
and when we press play,
It's still
this
pretty
all looks a little bit better.
That's good to hear, Kim. We'll be back after this.
And this area is doing good with traffic, so I think this is working out. Having it loop in this way. This road, I guess, is 100% not needed at all. So we could get rid of it being back here and move it straight to this road. So only the car park is back a little bit. That'll make this actually be used. And then we won't need 2 lanes coming in, we'd only need 1 lane. If we were to get rid of this road here, and then upgrade this to being 2 lanes. And then this to being 1 lane. Doesn't seem like it added it back. That does add it back. And then what happens if I place it back in? It's fine again. Okay. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna move this right here. So now a bus can come up here on the left lane and go in and out however way it wants to go. It then merges with cars at some point. I would actually like make sure this has a yield. There's no right turn. Doesn't have a yield sign. That's what I want. That might have to be a mod. I definitely need to take a look at mods and adding them. You know, all these people should be close enough to where they were. I'm actually going to move this over because it's not lined up with where the people are. They go in there. If I bring it over one more, that's too far. That's perfectly in line. There we go. How are the bus stops? They need to be reorganized again. By color for me. I'm gonna bring you out here for right now. You over here. You over here. I think it then goes green to the blue. If I bring you out here as well, it'd be this, this, then this one, then this one. When I click on one of these, red, orange, yellow, obviously, then green, slightly other green, more blue. Okay. I should make this more of an in-between green and yellow. And then make this one more green. And this one less blue. No, I want this a little bit greener. I guess I did want it the way that I had it, just a little bit slightly to the left. And it's good to see that people do want to use the bus to get out and come back in from the city. There are a ton of people waiting in here. I think we definitely need to add a subway in here somewhere. Something I did want to do is find where our medical clinics are, because we have too many in here. We don't need this many. This medical clinic we can't upgrade, so you're going to be destroyed. Or no. You... Sorry. You are going to be moved to somewhere over here. Like right here. And then what we're going to do is we're going to select you and tell you we're only going to be the section that you're in. So you're going to cover this entire area. What I'm going to do is add a district for this little place. You down to the road here. here. I don't know how it's going to connect. We're just going to go down the road. And then here,
We
here,
interrupt this
here,
program to bring you a
here,
special news bulletin.
there.
A severe hailstorm is approaching.
This is now Heathercroft,
Crops and property is expected.
and we want you
Urge citizens to
only on
stay
Heathercroft.
inside until the storm is past.
I do see that our hearses are being used a little bit better. Trash, on the other hand, I think we're not doing trash well enough. We are. They're just not going out quick enough. Is it a traffic issue, or is it not enough trucks? This only has 3 trucks out of 30 being used. We obviously don't need that. This has 24 out of 25, so we are fine. You allow for a larger trash storage. I don't think we need that. Okay, so this is just them not getting there quick enough. We're fine. The next thing I want to do is move this clinic. It has extension wings. And I want this to take care of Laurel Community and Riverside Plateau. And I guess also Cherry Mountain? No, we'll limit it to Laurel Community and Riverside Plateau. But where do I want to place it? Is the question. It would be best here because it's a wide open area, but it's near the industrial stuff. Up here would be a good place to put it, but I was trying to keep this barn that was placed in there at the beginning of the map. But honestly, I think that might be the best place to put it. The only place we should put it. I think that's what we're gonna do. Oh, this is not a good flat area though. Let's do some smoothing. Try and get this a little bit better looking. So this would have to be cut into quite a bit to fit that over here. What kind of clinic is this? Medical clinic. Is this one? It does take up quite a bit of space. I think we'll do it. We're gonna flatten a little bit of area over here as well. Portion here. Now what I want is, see how big this area is. It is the zone space, that's the word. If I go outside the zone and we go like this, we actually want to go up a little bit. Go to here, and then in. Get rid of this. We can then put this medical clinic right here. I'm going to pause. We're going to delete this. And we're going to do a slope. We want to bring this down. Not like that. 50 is perfect. I want to go here. We slope down like this. A little bit more. That's better. We're not getting rid of that building. Bring you into here. I'm doing this so that the ambulances aren't going onto a main road. They have their own service area. And then the next thing we need is a way to slope from here to there. What height is this? Oh, it's not that much different. I want this to be a curved road, so I'm cutting it back a little bit more. So if we went from here to, let's say, here, that's a decent slope. Okay, and then here, bring you to here, and let's see how this slopes. I want it in line with the other road. Here, bring it down. This looks pretty nice. We have enough space that we can add buildings to this. And what I'm going to do is bring this out to the edge here. A little bit back from there.
A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area due to
Try to smoothen this out a little bit.
Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
This could be sloped better.
Updates to our power grid. The city will be experiencing rolling blackouts. We urge the public to remain calm during
Let's
these
slope this a little bit better.
and to follow the guidelines on the city's website on how to plan for these temporary events. This has been a local public service announcement.
You're listening to
Build this back.
the station for the cultural sophisticate who doesn't fear extending their ears to the more challenging sphere of the
And more smoothing.
Let us move now from the musical page to
A little bit around here.
Here we have some perfectly anguishing correspondence.
Okay. Now, what does this do?
My dear
Space for several more ambulances. We're going to want that. And I think that's all we're going to require for just these two areas. This hospital is going to be able to go to everywhere. So eventually I'm just going to have it focused on just the downtown. But these two should be fine covered by that one.
I do thank you for the honor. But I digest.
No, I'm going to demolish this building.
As a traveler from my homeland,
What is this? Small post office. Handles local incoming and outgoing mail. Post vans pick up mail from mailboxes around the city. Citizens can also drop off their mail directly at the office. Can be upgraded with storage extension. We
and I do hope it provides your aching spirit some
don't want this in the city.
desolation.
Rid of these.
We're
You
live.
don't have
Reports about a traffic accident.
a road
somewhere,
access.
in the city.
Road maintenance services have already been dispatched.
What I'm gonna do is place that back in, but a larger one in this area.
Wait a little while until everything clears up.
If you're in it, you already know about it. No
It would
use
probably look better if I did these buildings in here.
delays and drive safe.
I'm gonna pause for a second because we're gonna add a road behind this building and then move it.
Taking the pulse of the city. So, Kim, what's the word on the street? Tell us what you're hearing.
It's more what I'm smelling, Glenda.
Move this.
I have to say, it just plain
There.
stinks around here. Gross.
And more parking on top. Let's do that.
That's hardly news. There hasn't been any trash collection for who knows how long. There's rotting
Over
food,
there.
dirty
And
garbage,
then
it's
this one.
Oh, God, I can't stand to think about it, let alone
And then
smell
what
it.
would look
And
good
the
in this
violence
area? What kind of zoning do we have anyway?
growing and
Uh,
growing. Can it, Eugene? We're not doomed.
hard to tell when I can't see what color is underneath.
Not doomed. It's still pretty stinky, though.
That's good to hear.
Can I take
We'll be back after
different
this.
things away? Make it easier to see. That makes it easier to see. What if I place these back on? Nope, we definitely want these off. So we have what looks like medium density residential right here. I think we should put this there. Apartment buildings. Oh, they do make small ones. That's cool. That'd be nice to see in this area. Okay, so that's sorted out a little bit. We have a lot of traffic up here. Oh, tons of traffic. Did we have like a population boom or something? We did. No, we didn't. Because we had like 59,000 before, and now we're only 60,000. But I don't think we're having more people moving in. We're just doing better, I guess? I don't know. There is a ton of traffic over here. I think I might reverse this road. Make it go the other way. It's all the tourism to see where the tornado killed everyone. Yeah, I don't know why this backed up so far. I mean, I see that there's a ton of traffic right here, which is an issue. It's the hearse's never-ending story. But I can tell that we have less icons around here. With how much these are over here, there was a ton of icons in this general area, and this is pretty much empty. This little L shape here is empty, but they're mostly office and commercial stuff. I'm surprised that they haven't taken all the bodies from this area. It seems like they're avoiding this area and going this way, going further out. We haven't gotten all the bodies from this area, but they did take everything from this portion. Mostly Riverside Plateau is empty. They haven't taken all of Laurel Community. Oh, they also don't come over here because this wasn't a space. You over 3 different areas. You're also working up here. I'm gonna add this area because there's only 3 buildings here. They shouldn't be like full of multiple bodies. This is 2 bodies, 1 body, 1 body. There's 4 people waiting over here. This is the area that has the most because it's mostly apartments. And these should all be just regular buildings, except for this one, which only has 1 person. Row houses could have a bunch of people. They're doing fine. We're doing better. I see a battery which is empty. We're still exporting a lot, so we're fine. Water is doing good. We're not trading any water. Our sewage treatment is very high. How do we trade water? Can I run a pipe from here outside the city? Polygraph from there. No, I can't. I need to buy squares to reach the city before we can trade water. Okay, that's good to know for later. Because we can get extra money for selling our water. Just like we're getting extra money for selling our electricity that we have too much of. Okay. Oh, another thing I wanted to do over here was the subway. How big is a subway? I think we unlocked it, but no, that's not what I wanted. I want to click on this and then trains. Did I not get subway? No, I didn't. I have to unlock subway. Yeah, look at that. We unlocked trains with that subway. I don't have enough points for it. We have to get to the next milestone before I can get a subway in. We can add trams.
Who's that Pokemon?
There's a Spinnerack in chat. Is there anything else we could unlock to do better around our area? This is the advanced water pumping for river and oceanfront pumping. These do different things. The Health Research Institute. Oh, we can't unlock. I don't know why I'm looking at more. We could do the university. Oh, that's another thing. We have to readjust our education area. We have 2 elementary schools. One on the right one on the left. This is an elementary school, and then this is our high school. I think we need 2 of these buildings, which is this one here. The city elementary school. Although we do have money that we could find one that holds more, but this looks like it holds the most student capacity. Is this one fully upgraded? It is. Okay. That holds 2,000. This holds 700. So we're going to demolish this school and add in this one here. Actually, let's place it here. Why is that square empty? I don't know, but we're going to demolish some buildings and have them build back in. Now, I don't like how these formed. Can I get these to form the way I want? There we go. But this one could be different. Yeah, it's better. Oh, you were one space over too far. Can you go on the right road? Okay, we'll leave a little bit space in between. Playground in the back. Extra floor for more students. That looks cool. That doesn't look the same over here, does it? Oh, it does. I just never looked at it without the overlay. And now we have an electricity issue. Do we, or do we have a bottleneck? We have a bottleneck. Look at that. So we need to add a transformer somewhere. I'm trying to think of where to break up the electricity. I think if we add a transformer on this road, Evergreen Street, the road that crosses the highway, that would cover a majority of the stuff up in this area. I think that's the best place. Grab a transformer. Transformer station. Place that right here. Astro Train, Regus. I don't know. I don't think there's like an electricity related transformer. Oh, we had a transformer right here. Oh well. And we're gonna to bring... I wouldn't trust that guy. Bring this way. I guess right there lines up with this. Bring you straight across. Right here works. Okay, let's see if this fixes it. If not, we're going to need a third transformer. We have one up here somewhere for the industrial area. It's doing pretty well there. That does seem to have taken care of the issue. What the transformers do is they spread out the electricity source. So our main source is the coal power plant, and then of course all these wind turbines, which don't do very much for us. And then they go through the roads, not the highways, but regular roads, and supply electricity to the different towns, or different buildings. And if you think of it like normal electricity, the more power you put through, the bigger wire you would need. So obviously when you have multiple buildings going on, it's pulling more power. Eventually hits a point like we just had where it pulls too much electricity, then the roads stop supplying the power to the buildings. The transformer connects with the main power lines that we just placed in to our main power, and it pretty much makes a secondary power source, which then makes it like the roads have smaller wires going through them. So it spreads out the power sources. It could also help us having like a If we could have a coal power plant that was half this size and place 2 of them across the city from each other, that would do the same thing as having the transformers. That was a weird cloud that just spawned up here. So we are going to need transformers placed around the city on occasion. Keep forgetting that this highway is flat going to this, but it looks like it's sloped down. I mean, look at that. It's because the road goes uphill. Keeps confusing me. I also don't like that this is weirdly placed here. That's better. Now, another thing we were doing is lowering the river here, and I think we need to still do that. If I bring the size down, that is the wrong way. There's too much strength. Things are happening. Okay. There's gonna be a weird ripple. That should have fixed it. I do want to take some of this out, though. Can I bring the size of this up to the size of the river? Why does it seem like it's still going up? I'm right-clicking. Oh, I'm on the wrong thing, that's why. Too much strength. Bring it down to 20. That's better. More uniform. Moving this out a little bit. Let's actually flip this. That might be better.
Due to poor road conditions. Please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions.
I think that's what I was looking for this entire time. Was the slope tool.
Public service announcement. A driving advisory has been issued for the immediate area. We interrupt this program to bring you a special news bulletin.
There a tornado again? No, it's hailstorm. Never mind. Hailstorms don't do much.
We urge citizens to stay inside until the storm is past.
Due to poor road conditions, please exercise caution if you must drive, and try to stay off the streets until conditions improve. This has been a local public service announcement.
And all this is doing is making our river flow a little bit easier. So the whole point of me doing this was to make it flow better this way.
And we're getting reports about a traffic accident somewhere in the city.
Road maintenance services have
This
already been
looks
dispatched.
pretty
Traffic
tragic
should
here.
return to normal. But if you're planning a quick
The water is flowing down a lot faster. I can see that it's moving now.
If you're in it, you already know about it.
Then let's slope this down a little bit. A little too steep there.
Drive safe. And on to our main feature story.
Now how fast is this moving? It's moving pretty fast now. Something we could do is add a lake. We could also add a secondary line over here.
So my wife tells me. That's good for business. And
We're getting sidetracked for sure.
Thanks, Jim. We'll be back after this.
If I grab here, we go here. Bring the brush strength up. And then I'm going to smooth this out just a little bit. But we want full brush size. That's 200. Didn't know I could go up to 200. And I hear that Tori is awake because I can hear her sneezing. I don't want a lot of the water coming down here. Unless I can support both. What's he doing? You okay? Her nose must have been clogged. Oh, didn't mean to do that. So now these two things are connected. This lake up here. We could make a dam. I didn't realize we had a lake. If we... No, we're not going to do this because we learned our lesson the first time. If we bought more tiles going up here, we could put a dam right here and get electricity power from it. Now this does seem like it lowered the amount of water that gets going through here. It did. There's not enough going this way. We want to grab right here. Flip you around. We might as well just do the entire river at this point. Okay, that should make it more of an even split here. Unless it doesn't. Maybe it also needs to be smoothened up this way? It doesn't seem like it. I mean, these lines are going up. I think they're fine. There's just going to be less water because we split it.
This is an emergency
Okay.
broadcast to all citizens. A heavy
Either
storm
way,
is approaching the city, and the likelihood of hail is very high.
we did a lot.
Traffic
We
delays and damage to crops and
upgraded
property are
our
expected.
service plaza, I guess we would call it.
Remain indoors until
We
the
added
situation
our
improves.
water sewage treatment, so that means we got rid of the sewage dumps over here, which means air pollution's better. Ground pollution will slowly get better. What was the other thing? Oh, we did underground
To bring you a
paths.
special news bulletin.
Then we also upgraded
Damage to crops and
our
property
transportation
is expected.
area.
We urge citizens to
How is
safely
this doing?
decide
It looks like we
storm
might
towers.
need some additions to here. I'm going to add this one, dispatch center, so they don't need to use the individual taxi stops. But then we could add more cars. Now if I move this building over one more tile, I could add buildings to the right. Like this. That brought us up to 35, so I'm going to wait to see if all the cars leave. It looks like they are. I add another, brings up to 45. Still going up. We'll stop there because I don't think there is an actual stopping point for taxis. Because they're like the first mode of transportation. And then buses would be the next one with a lot more people, and then... I guess in the order that they have them placed here. Taxis, buses, trains, then trams, then subway, boat, and plane. I'm really glad that we got a lot of our death taken care of as well. There's a Munchlax in chat. That's a baby Snorlax. I don't know if there's a evolution mechanic to this, but that would evolve into a Snorlax, which is Gen 1. They did take care of all the death bodies in this area. So this one place is able to keep up with all this. Now, how many vehicles are you using? No vehicles at all. Well, we should have one being used now because that's there. We may end up breaking up downtown Shady Acres to being like south and north. But we could do east and west. Like this could be an east version that's west. Now that the school has been moved over there, we do have this row. Oh, that's right. We're bringing more of these buildings over to here. Let's zone those buildings in now. They are the medium density here. What I'm going to do is go away, build more. Go away, build more. And build all that. We'll then demolish all these buildings. Which might mean that the dead bodies go away. It is going to mean that our population drops pretty far. But then they're actually... Oh! We unlocked a new signature big building. Rebuke? Rebuke? I don't know how to pronounce this. The department. Luxuriously styled brick building that has many visually inspiring aspects. So that is in here, and it's this building. Can I place this in somewhere that wouldn't demolish buildings? It is a 6x8 building, so I don't think this is going to be placed anywhere nicely. It's going to demolish 2 buildings. I can get onto this road. There we go. That means we're going to have a small building here. I'm fine with a small building. They are going to build in. Then this is going to be when we start doing our row houses, where our commercial currently is. That is also medium density, so we might have to lower taxation on medium density just so that we have more of a need for it. Although all these buildings just got built, and it's almost all the way up to 100%. So I'm not sure what else to do there. What I do want to do is figure out why these are so small buildings. Oh, the zoning is broken up weirdly. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to add these buildings over here, but I don't want them building on the alleyway. If we do something like this, they then build either facing this main road or this main road. And now, the next thing we should probably change during next stream, which we're going to make a note, is we are now getting ready to raid out. I can actually delete this. Let's call this upgrade education. And then I'm going to put a side note for high school. So it's going to mean that we need to put a university or a college. I forget which one comes first. I think it's college is first and then university comes after that, in the game at least. We should probably also make a large park like Central Park in New York. So it'll be a large block that's taken out. I'm going to assume where this farm is here. It'll be a large block that's just open field with trees. It will have the built-in in-game parks, but it's also just going to be a large area of grassland that's formed up for city walking, have a lot of paths and stuff. We made a small one, which is right here. We're going to copy this idea, but this doesn't have any actual parks. So this is just paths that probably aren't even being used. If we added a park to a path, would that count? Or does it need a road? It does need a road. So that's something to keep in mind. We're going to have to probably add like an alley road going through the entire park. But anyway. This is where we're going to end off the stream. Now, I think the last time we took a screenshot following this area. So I'm going to wait until one of these notifications go away for their little Twitter thing. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Mondays and Wednesdays from 10 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. EST, and on Saturdays from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. EST.